All right. Where's my face? There it is. There's my face. There we are. Oh, hello, 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 hello. Also, got to point to the Federal Reserve Group. Yeah, I know. They saw the way that she was firing people left and right. We're like, you know, what we need a hatchet man, bro. We always have to wait. Yeah, yeah, you do. No shirt, Wakanda. Yeah, I just found it. It's my old shirt. It's a little snug, but it's hot in here, so I needed something to breathe a bit. Also, dog, somebody, what is your deal, man? Am I playing Black Ops One? No, no. I'm not gonna fold like some of these people. They're going crazy for this, by the way. They're going crazy for this Black Ops business, and I'm like, your backbone is like a jellyfish. These people have no spine. They were talking about shit. They were talking about shit and talking how they don't like Sony anymore, and then Sony does, hey, we're gonna give you access to Call of Duty. It's a 13-year-old port for a game. I don't care if it's the best Call of Duty. What does that even mean? Like, what does that even mean? The best Call of Duty. It's like, dog. To me, Call of Duty is Call of Duty. You out of demos? You just saw it first. I am not out of demos. Actually, I'm not out of demos. But dog, I don't care about Call of Duty. Like, I don't. It's not for me. It's not for me. But also, this is Sony going like this. Hey, 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 hey. Remember how you guys were mad about how we're gonna go diskless? Look, Call of Duty, Call of Duty. Look, Call of Duty, Call of Duty's right here. I know you guys were having a lot of backlash because of not only GTA 6 not having physical copies, but look. Hey, Call of Duty, Black Ops, best Black Ops, best Black Ops, best Black Ops. And it's like, dog, like, you think the timing of this is it's coincidental? I'm seeing people who were literally talking about how they were gonna fuck them. We don't like them. We hate them. This and that. And then it's just like here, we'll just start a fight quick right here because he was one of them, right? This person right here. What insane shadow drop! Black Ops One fine PS5. You'd love to see it. $40 game. $40 for a port from a PS4 game is crazy. By the way, if a 16-year-old port of a game is old enough for people to start a rated for game right physical debate, I don't see a positive future video games. So we're just forgetting about Sony thing. Telling everyone to keep up the pressure while you're buying digital games is fucking crazy. Complete loser shit. Oh look, jingling keys. And I'm like, yeah, dog, it's. And I think someone says a battle pass too. Like it's just crazy to be the same person who's like talking shit about Sony like this, right? Pretend nothing happened makes it worse. And then Sony goes, "Here's Call of Duty," and you're like, "Oh no, wait a minute, wait a minute." When I said I didn't like Sony, I meant only until they released Black Ops. Then I loved it. I'm falling for engagement bait. None of them are going to leave ecosystem. I'm not falling for engagement bait, dog. I am highlighting the fact that these people who swear that they were all about it, the minute there's something convenient they like, they fold. Which is why Sony is not going to change their stance on any of this shit. I already knew all this going into it, man. I've been saying this shit for the longest time. Gamers don't have backbone. Gamers don't have spines. Gamers are easy. They're easy. Literally, all this shit people are talking about Xbox right now. If Xbox was like, all right, gang, we're gonna shadow drop like, I don't know, Fallout New Vegas remastered tomorrow, they'd be all forgiven. All forgiven. Oh nope, borrowed under the bridge. They don't give a shit about anything. Yeah, people don't like inconvenience. They value the inconvenience of everything else. Yeah. If Sony accumulates enough brand damage, they might not be able to keep. No, they won't. Here's the thing: Sony doesn't care because Sony has a bunch of people who told them this was going to happen. They looked at the numbers and they were like, "Yeah, it's acceptable." We live in a post-stop killing games world. That legislation hasn't really taken off from the last I checked, and also, stop killing games only really prevents the closure of a game that's relying on servers, or gives people enough time to like get money back or something, but it's not going to stop them from like controlling everything. Sony is more than game brand. Sony's gaming is a significant portion of their revenue, though. Like, what I'm telling you is Sony knows what they're doing. They know what they're doing, which is why they don't care, because they know this will be a flash in the pan. They are literally just ignoring it because they know how their consumers will work. They don't give a shit. And listen. I'm not trying to say I am the best person ever. I'm holier than thou. I just so happen not to give a shit about Call of Duty. So Call of Duty wouldn't make me fold, right? But if they were like, "Hey, we're finally going to release a Bloodborne on PC and PS4," I'd be like, "Well, shit." Or PS5, I'd be like, "Well, shit." You know? So I get it. But like, this is corporate. This is when I talk about capitalism, know that I understand it how it works fully. I know they did the market research. I know they look at the numbers and we're like, yeah, we might take a small bump here now, but our ecosystem's too big. People are going to just play our games because no one's going to not play, besides me apparently, GTA 6, right? No one's going to not spend the $100 for that. And they knew that. Just like Rockstar knew that, Sony knows they can get rid of disc and whatever. And for the people in the chat saying, what's the big deal with discs? Once again, it is about ownership. It is about ownership. No matter what people say about there's games on disc, but you have to check online and this, and the third, you still own those games. I still have access to Bloodborne on PS4, like I mentioned. It is my choice. I can choose to buy it digitally or physically. But once you remove that choice, you also remove any other recourse. It's either I buy it digitally or I can't buy it at all. And once that happens, I get to dictate how you interact with it. Like I said last time, you can have a game that's digital and Sony can just take it from you with no recourse, because where are you going to go? There's no physical store for you to get it from anymore. You have your own distance PS4 generation, you have to download 8% of the game. Dog, it feels like every time you come into this chat, you're just contrary and you're not listening to anything being said. That is not true for a lot of games. A lot of games are available physically on the disc as is. A lot of games are like that. But some games don't do that. You are trying to do the exception to prove the rule. Not every game is fully on the internet, fully online. Okay? But when people like you keep thinking that's just how it is, that's just how it is, that's just how it is, you create a permission structure for companies to do this shit. All right? I play games on PC. I understand the PC ecosystem. It's an open system. I, for example, don't have to use Steam. I can use GOG. I can use Epic. I can use a bunch of other storefronts, right? I can use the Windows Store. I have options. I'm not forced into anything. But if PlayStation goes fully digital, you are forced into the PlayStation storefront. PlayStation can already sell you games at a higher price than you pay for anywhere else. And so to mitigate that, they're going to release their games digitally only through their own system. So you can't get a cheaper version of that game. That currently is not happening. Currently, if PlayStation's releasing shit digitally, I could buy shit from Amazon and get it cheaper. I can go to Walmart and get it cheaper. I can go to physical stores and get that product cheaper because they're selling on a discount. But Sony doesn't have to discount it ever. That's what you're not understanding. You're very short-sighted, my guy. Like, it's crazy because you're the person who comes into my chat and goes, the CIA is funneling drugs and this and that. And that's gonna have a big reaction to things. But when it comes to video games, you're like, oh, politics don't matter. Who cares? You download 8% of your games. Okay, who cares about what happens in the world? Most governments are corrupt. Who gives a shit? Most prisons are private prisons. Who gives a shit? Like, it's insane to me that you have that level of thought process when it comes to that shit, but you can't apply it anywhere else. You're short-sighted. Enough about that. Meanwhile, the gaming CEOs and politics, yeah, Austin Sharma is now part of the Federal Reserve, specifically for, if I can remember correctly, specifically for like reduction, which is crazy. Yeah, she's leading the task force for, uh, which is hilarious, for employment and productivity. The lady who just fired 1,600 people is now in charge of employment and productivity. Amazing. And she's on the Federal Reserve. I wonder if being on the Federal Reserve would have any sort of implications of her position as Xbox. I wonder if that's a good thing. I wonder if that's if I wonder if that's a good thing. Well, we Doge didn't work. Well, what if we do it again? This time with the Xbox lady. I'm on timing today. I'm always on timing, y'all. See, I think that's what people don't understand about me. I think they think I'm like this. I'm not a mean person, but I'm not one of those streamers and people who are like, "Oh, I'm too big to interact." Nah, I be in those comments. I be in those comments. I got smoke for people. I'm a real person. I got smoke for people. But she's in the government now, bro. Why? Because there's no separation of anything now. Again, we live in a techno feudalist society now. All right, we are all the serfs. The technocrats are in charge. So anyone who's in head of a giant tech corporation basically has a direct line of access to the government because the government is owned by oligarchs like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, who also we just traced a deadly bacteria in the sewer systems to a data center from Meta. So that's where we are. That's where we are in life. So that's fun. That's fun. That's fun. That's fun. But, but, I also want to talk about something. Even before this Call of Duty campaign, just Wolfenstein story, where it plays Nazi with invaders from Middlesex East Country. The next Call of Duty game is gonna be is gonna be them invading um like Gary, Indiana to protect it from the data centers being destroyed. That's gonna be us Call of Duty. The next war we fought on our own home turf against the digital terrorists, digital jihadists who hate that America is catching up technologically speaking. So the Chinese and the jihadists have teamed up together to destroy our data centers. It's up to you, Sergeant Sergeant Alex Waters. You and your team of, I don't know, Ghost gotta stop it. Digihadist. The communist Digihadist party. the the CDP. Oh my god. The CDP is the new enemy next Call of Duty game. And it's not political. Because Call of Duty doesn't do politics. They're not they're not political. Oh man. All right. Sometimes I make myself laugh. Um just me, no one else. Um what I also want to talk about is some shit that's been bothering me. And then we'll get into like other stuff as we do. I hate, I absolutely hate when people want to rush a redemption arc. And not just in TV shows and like my media. I mean like in real life where people want to immediately it's like how if someone does something heinous, people want to immediately forgive them. Like, let's go back in time a bit, right? PewDiePie, random poll, I know, but PewDiePie doing the whole like adpocalypse thing, right? Saying the N word on stream at the bridge, playing PUBG, talking about how he sent shit to these like people on Fiverr to have them say like something about Jewish people, anti-Semitic stuff, dressing up as a Nazi, all those things, right? All those things. I hate the fact that people were like, "Oh, but he sent the but he apologized. You gotta get over it. He apologized. He apologized. He apologized." It's like, no, I don't have to get over that because who the fuck are you to tell me to accept that apology? You're also not black. Shut up. But people rush things. They want someone to just be like, but again, it only works for like if the person was bad, like they can just say sorry and all is forgiven. And so I'm talking about right now. You guys probably don't know his creator because he's not very big, but he's super annoying to me. It is a guy by the name of Yorch Garcia. If we don't recognize that name, it's this guy. Yorch Torch Games. This guy, right? This is the person. This is the person, right? And so within the last like week, he suddenly has seen the light and is like, "Oh, I'll let you read it right here. I built my account on Goombane over the top anti woke takes. It was easy. It was addictive. It got me past 15K followers in record time. But I asked myself, is this what I remember for? The answer was no. Rage builds an audience. Dog, you can edit. You have a blue check mark. An audience. Purpose builds a legacy." And then people are just like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I think you walk a difficult and polarizing path. It takes a lot to deal with the abuse. You're doing well. Glad to see your change. I can respect someone who tries to be a better person. Glad to see these new phases of you, man. Like, plans have to be met to reach the top. The path of fan service is not for everyone. You must do things you're passionate about. I think your analytical and digital marketing knowledge can be helpful. I feel you, dude. Each post is against the woke. I don't see reason to change. Realize your posts never rage rate, but that's the truth. At least you admitted to manipulating your followers. Like just all this shit, right? All this shit, right? All this shit. And now he's been going on a tear like I was so anti-woke. Now that I freed myself from the shackles of rage merchants and the anti-censorship cult, I'm considering giving games like South of Midnight, Alan Wake 2, and Zalashot. Games with black people, right? Games with black people. Being angry all the time about everything game studios are doing wrong won't fix anything. You don't like a studio, start one. You like game, create one. You like certain characters, design one. The people who fund the studios like Obsidian and id Software weren't constantly complaining about everything NBC was doing wrong. They got together and built something memorable. This shit, mind you, all of this is a recent pivot. And I'm talking like within weeks. All of this shit. Like he's doing the same format, he's just changing it up, right? But all of this shit annoys the fuck out of me because he was doing this shit not just a week ago. Like here are some of his greatest hits. I'll just type in literally woke on his Twitter page, right? Don't want to have a point to all this. February of this year, Insomniac Wolverine be woke trash. July 7th of this year, Smash AT loves talking about disaster. He has his own lawsuit. He's the biggest price in the room. Like now you're scrolling too fast to understand what you're doing. What? I'm scrolling too fast? Oh, sorry. But it's just suddenly gamers, I've been losing significant followers after Smash's video. I don't want any followers who are lukewarm about what is woke and what isn't. Right? This is June. This was June 2nd of this year. Lawface modern feminist woke trash at its worst that could never make without God of War tag, not buying. June of this year. Don't support woke trash. February, Black History Month. Like all of this shit. And now suddenly, there are only two genders and sex. Now suddenly, male, female. Now suddenly it's, I changed my ways. And people are like, hell yeah, bro. We support you. We love you. At least you're owning up to this shit. No. I don't support you. I don't like you. And I don't like people who, like the comment section, who are so quick to immediately, without anyone earning anything, just back, we forgive you, all forgiven, please join us, please come. And that is something I see almost exclusively in like left-leaning spaces where someone could be like, I was a piece of shit for years, and just today I decided to not be a piece of shit. And they're like, hell yeah, brother, welcome to the fold. It's like, no. Why are you so quick to absorb these people? Why are you so quick to want their appeal, to want them, but then when there's people like me who've been doing this shit forever, it's like, you're doing too much. But this guy, who literally has multiple posts talking about black people in games in a negative light, he's seeing the error of his ways. No. The grift dried up. He admitted as much and trying to say, well, I built my account so easily, so quickly, it was addictive. But now that I'm free for the shackles, the chains you put on yourself, because you were so concerned with growing your Twitter account, you did all this shit for 15K, like what? For 14,000 subscribers on followers, even 14,000 followers and 3 subscribers. You did all of this. You built your audience on rage and hate, and you think you're going to pivot to a different group? Like your plan was to let him be a piece of shit, this isn't even a lot of people, I'm not going to lie. This isn't, for what you did, there's not a lot of people. And you barely get any reactions. All of this And now that you've built your audience and now you can be your true self, now every single post of yours is woke. Now every post you make is a woke post. Like literally. Like it's either it's benign or it's like I'm super woke now. I'm super woke now. Look, I like Assassin's Creed now. Why am I getting a lot of these lately? And I mean by the dozens. Yeah, dog, because you shifted your audience. And now he's pro gamer. Now I understand how the gaming industry works. Now I get it. It makes sense now, you guys. And it's like, the torch has gone out. He's no longer Yorch Torch. Yorch got torched. And so now he's talking about Goombait. They want every game to like this generic anime inspired waifus everywhere. He was championing this shit 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, he was posting about that shit. But this is not going to be successful for him because he's created this audience where they just want him to be like, which way Western man? Like, that's it. Like this guy right here, he was shitting on before. Like it's insane. I'm like, these are the people. I can't believe I used to have this audience. This is why you're posting Rage Band Pro Gooding Slap for nearly 2 years. So you're telling me for 2 years you did this, and now suddenly it's, I don't think I can do this anymore. I don't think I can be this grifter anymore. And like, I know he is not some major content creator. I know he's not this big guy, but he's just the best example I have to show you guys the type of shit I hate. I hate fake people like Yorch, and I hate people who fall for this shit so goddamn easily. It's losing chess to a dog. It's no different from when, again, when I talked about PewDiePie, he said the N word and he apologized. But oh, you have to accept it. Our Lord and Savior, he's great. He's awesome. He's fantastic. Like, no, dog. Like, people have to earn things. You have to earn things. Just like you earned an audience, you have to earn forgiveness. And you might not even get that, but you have to work towards it. It shouldn't just be given so freely. Otherwise, it's worthless. It's just like how people are treating Marjorie Taylor Greene now that she's no longer a Trumpy. Like, oh my God, yes, put her everywhere. No. What? Like a week before she was officially retired, she was out here talking about some QAnon shit. She said that Jewish people had space lasers that were attacking the Amazon. She was hounding a victim of school shootings. And now, because she's anti-Trump, oh, the Epstein files is why I drew the line. Bullshit. That's not where you drew the line. You're salty because he didn't back your play for your position. Like, these people don't have to change or be better because everyone on this side, on the left-leaning side, right, is so willing to just be like, you know, people make mistakes and then you gotta give them a second chance. It's just funny to me how the people you always want to give second and third and fourth chances or like borderline Nazis or just extreme bigots. It's never like the person who made a mistake, like, yeah, dude, when I was younger, I like did this to somebody or I had this or that. It's always like, no, I was a grand dragon of the Ku Klux Klan for 20 years. But I learned the error of my ways. And now I'm like, it's like, no. What the hell? That's my God, that shit gets me so mad. He just realized that without woke games, the only things coming out is gonna be AI slap green a bit over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Yes, exactly. But this is the shit I hate. Okay? And this is me being petty. This is a petty stream today. We're being petty. We're being strong and petty tonight, okay? I hate people like this so much because you don't get to shit on my ideology, my opinions, my belief, how I look, how I operate for years on end, and then arrive to my conclusions and be like, oh yeah, I was wrong the entire time, I knew that. So you willingly did this. So it's different if someone was like, "Oh, I was caught in the sauce. I was brainwashed. I just didn't know any better." But to be like, "No, I did this shit intentionally for 2 years to build an audience because these guys are also stupid." Like you said, they're easy to manipulate. So I manipulated them. I fed into that ecosystem, and now that I benefited from it and I'm done with it, open the doors for me. Please let me come in. No, absolutely not. Why would I? It's like it's super fucking infuriating. It's super infuriating. These people can be anti-trans, anti-black, homophobic, Islamophobic, all these things, get money, get attention, all these things. And then when that stops being lucrative, they can just go, "Oh, by the way, I've renounced my ways and whatever. Give me a book deal, put me on your YouTube channel, give me a podcast, do this, and that." And it's like, yeah, yeah, okay. So all those times when real issues were happening, people were telling you, "Hey, man, you're being really divisive. You're trying to blame Sweet Baby Inc. on this shit, but really it's capitalism. You're trying to blame that there's queer people writing these stories, but in reality, what's happening is these executives are making too much money, and now if it's going around, and they have too high expectations." You said, "Oh, it's woke and it's gay, and that's why it failed." But now you're like, actually, once I looked up what capitalism was, this guy's making lots of sense. Doesn't really make any sense that a consultant agency with 16 people could have the game industry in a chokehold, does it? Like these people are worse than any SJW ever was, and I do not like them. So no, you don't get to do this shit, George, for 2 years, and then within 2 weeks be like, "Oh, it's forgiven." No, because apologies mean nothing. What are your actions? How are you going to undo the harm you caused? And I'm not just talking about your chair, but like you have to undo the damage or work to undo the damage. People think saying sorry is enough. It's not enough. Look at Oh No, it's Alex. He jumped on the Sweet Baby Inc. thing. I didn't forget that. I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. I'm pretty confident he's a like an Asman orbiter type person. So like I'm not surprised. Like at all. Sorry, I just had to get that shit off my chest. I just had to get that shit off my chest, man. I hate that shit. I work at a movie theater, and one of my coworkers loves to talk about his bad Sweet Baby Ink is. Anytime I call him out, he's quick to make excuses. All he does is play Overwatch. Oh, see, like, and that's another thing too. That's another thing too. Most of the people who complain about that shit don't actually play games outside of like one genre, or they don't even play games. They just love the blood sport of it. I'm sick of these fake ass gamers in this space talking shit like they know anything. Like that shit is just it's annoying. It's super fucking annoying. Which is why I make the content I make because I get annoyed by shit. Shit be real annoying. Okay, I don't know why I said it like that. I don't know why I said it like that. It's the ball and gun gamers. Honestly, true. Honestly, real and true. Truth nuke being dropped for sure. All right, gang. I need to take. I'm calming down a little bit now. I'm calming down a little bit now. We're good. We're good. We're good. I know what it'll take for me to believe someone has actually changed it for me. I won't just forgive. It's different when you are part of minority groups that have been attacking. I can understand some people jumping as BI thing because they don't know how the industry works. See, the thing too though is, I'll go backwards, right? The thing too is, they explained how it worked, right? People are just conspiracy brain and they didn't want to believe it. But like that's how Alyssa McConte got in all this shit to begin with. She explained what a consultant agency does. And then that dumbass Smash JT, which we'll get to in a little bit, but that dumbass Smash JT was like, No, you're just playing cover because these are your friends. You guys are all friends. These are your buddies. And then now that led to a lawsuit. But they explained how it worked. And also, it's in the name. A consultant company, they consult. They're a company that consults. You consult with this company. It's baffling seeing that these are the same people who watch Superman even come at one back Lex Luthor. Exactly. No literacy. No thought process up here. But Starro, like for me, the whole thing again, like if you step on someone's foot, you go, "Oh, sorry, my bad." That's enough, right? That's enough. But if you firebomb someone's car and go, "Oh, sorry," you're buying a new car. You know what I mean? You are going. It has to be proportional to the damage caused. The apology has to be proportional to the damage caused to me. So if you've been this hateful person for years, a week doesn't cover it. A little black background white text doesn't cover it, right? That at all. You need to make direct contact with the people you harmed, if applicable, right? If you're like being this big, let's say like you're fucking Asmongold, right? Just a big piece of shit online, super Islamophobic, and we're gonna get into later. He's obviously racist, which I called years ago. But like, you can't just be like, "Oh, my bad, sorry." No, bitch. I want you to find a Palestinian relief uh, charity, donate to them, do a stream for them, educate yourself, like show that you actually changed, and don't just do it for the cameras. Like, do actual real change. We all grow up, right? At some point, you grow up. At some point, you do the hard thing. It's not easy, of course not, but it's worth it. I am a yes, I'm black and I'm this is that, but I am a cis male. There is a world that I inhabit that is very different from someone who may be trans. I'm also heterosexual. There's a world I have, but that's definitely different from someone who's not heterosexual. So it's on me to do the understanding, not on them, right? That's part of growth. You have to be a little uncomfortable. If you want to be better, you have to be uncomfortable. We do fitness over here. We do fitness. We do fitness over here, right? That's growth. You are putting your body through stress. It's uncomfortable, it's difficult, it's hard, but you make the progress and it becomes easier. Then it becomes natural. But you have so many people who don't want to take that first step. And so then you have grifters who come in and be like, hey, not only do you not have to change, but in fact, the people doing the changing are wrong. You should be able to say slurs because they're just words. You should be able to say this is gross because you didn't see gay people growing up and they're an abomination. Trans people don't make any sense, so why should they exist? No one wants to do the work to get to understand anyone or anything anymore. And like that's the problem we have. So for me, if you want to show that you are changing, then you got to do the work. An apology is just the start. It is not the ending. You are starting with this. When I was on Tumblr back in the day, in like my early 20s, I I wasn't a piece of shit, but I was still ignorant to a lot of things because I hadn't had exposure to it. I didn't know that what transgender was. I thought those were drag queens, legitimately. I had no idea what transgender was because that wasn't terminology that reached me. That wasn't part of my everyday, parlance, right? But I learned. And once I learned something, it stays here. It's not that difficult. It's not difficult to call someone their pronouns. It's not difficult to call someone by their name. It's not difficult to understand there's people who do not feel that they're in the correct body because there's people who are cisgender and hate their bodies, right? Body dysmorphia. Hello. There's so like I can understand from that perspective. Like it's just like there's so much you can do to improve as a person. And it pisses me off when I see people who are actively trying to encourage people not only to not improve, but to be worse. And then when we try to educate them, it's like, oh, you guys are woke skull. It's like, no, dog, you are a horrible human being. and you don't even understand how horrible you are. Speaking of horrible human beings, though, you like that transition? Get it? Sorry, chat. I was not looking. I said the same thing. Drag queen is different from being trans. I mean, I know now that a drag queen is being different from trans. I've educated myself a lot. Some might say too much, but I know there's a whole world out there. I understand that now. I understand even the terminology used within that culture, the subculture, right? Like that was me like 15 years ago. And even then, it's not like I'm like really ignorant to these things to begin with. I just wasn't as informed. But yeah, speaking of pieces of shit, I want to just touch on this real quick. Breaking news: 8-bit Derek, I think it's Eric, whatever. After being named in a lawsuit about 20 times with some pretty wild evidence indicating something that youth call gay ops. Okay. Between him and Smash to generate Makante, Salt says Smash is done. Well done, Derek. Dog, if you have a blue check mark, just edit your shit. Tarzia makes defamatory statements. Tarzia lies about Makante were part of a deliberate and strategic business decision. On March 29th, 2024, Tarzia's Perez, damn, they're calling him his bitch. Tarzia's Perez sent Tarzia a direct message on Twitter asking, "So who are we fighting? So who are we having you fight online? We need you to get some attention." Tarzia responded with, "I pick a new fight daily, it feels." Approximately 10 minutes later, Perez followed up by saying, "I wish Alyssa Makante engaged with us all. I feel that could be fun." It's weird that they use her full name when talking about her, as if the person they're talking to doesn't know who they are. 4 minutes after that, Perez sent Tarzia another message. She probably got the job because she knew someone. That is, the information Tarzia was given, even if he believed it, was that she knew someone. Tarzia decided to take that statement and add fiction. The next day, Tarzia tweeted, "Horrification? What's that? Like when at Alyssa Merck does sucking dicks in her off time for money," from Smash JT's Twitter account. Tarzia's then small following expanded because of the harassment and false claims. His previously flat subscriber numbers, began to climb almost immediately as shown above. Over the following months, Perez and Tarzia coordinated the harassment of Mercante. They said provocative inflammatory things about the plaintiff and coordinated to meticulously time their various tweets, articles about their tweets, videos about their articles, and videos responding to each other's videos. Jesus Christ. In an attempt to ensure that they would each profit off the resulting controversy. And this is just, I can read it because it's kind of small. That guy is just as bad as her. I've had my run-ins with him in the past. He's former military, prob doused with Agent Orange. This is Eric. Well, he's our bait for the next couple of days, man. We milk him a bit tonight, get him to Spurg, Jesus, and we make content out of it. Love it, ha ha ha. So like, and then hold on. Tarzia responded with, "Yeah, subs are finally growing off of this, up 1K so this week. At all relevant times, Tarzia was aware of the source and fuel of his meteoric rise. On June 19th, Perez messaged Tarzia and said, "I need Alyssa and Nick to say something stupid shit tonight." Tarzia responded, "I think they got smart to our growth, LMFAO. None of this is by accident. Tarzia intentionally provoked, harassed, and lied about Mercante for the purpose of generating content." And indeed, he acknowledged as much to Perez on June 23rd. See example. So when I was talking about, just recently, right, about being awful on purpose, being a piece of shit on purpose, people like Smash JT and 8-Big Eric exemplify this. They are awful human beings. And they are this way because they are being rewarded for doing it. I mean, now he's being sued, but prior to that, he was being rewarded for that. That is the shit I hate too. You're telling me these absolute losers got together to do a harassment campaign about a games journalist from Kotaku and made that their whole output. Their whole output. And look how incestuous it is. They coordinated their tweets, videos about their tweets, tweets about their articles, videos on their articles, videos about each other's videos. Like that is some desperate shit, dog. That is some desperate shit, man. This is more embarrassing than my post to LeBron James telling him "Stay up, King." You know what I mean? Like this is some absolute brain rot. This is some I have nothing of value to give anyone, so I must do this. Awful. I'm an awful, terrible person. These kinds of people make my skin crawl and make my blood boil. So just so you know, when I talk about these people, understand this is coming from a real area of hate. This is coming from real right here, all right? Deepest pits of my heart. I hate these motherfuckers. I hate everything they stand for. I hate how they operate. I hate how they look. I hate how they talk. Because everything that they do is with the intention of hurting others for the simple fact that they have no other marketable talents or skills. So they want to hurt others so their numbers go up. That's it. That's it. And guess what? It's the same shit day in and day out. It's not even original. It's not even entertaining. It's just this. It's the same fucking shit day in and day out, day in day out. About the same like three people. Like for a while, it was just Sweet Baby Inc., Alyssa, and then Hassan Piker. That's what you would hear from anyone on the right, no matter what you were watching. No matter what. At one point, it was uh, Alyssa was being talked about by Asmongold, Tectone, I think like uh, Census Society or whatever. I'm like, these are people who've never spoken about a games journalist, and now they're suddenly hyper focused on her. And then that became more harassment. And the funniest shit to me about all of this is like, so many of these people rely on other creators as a sort of like cottage industry, like how like Hassan has WestJet and More Pegasus and like 60,000 other people, right, to do all that shit. And then it's like, you go to Eric Perez's account, you go to 8-Bit Air's account, right? And it's just like, dog has almost 100,000 subscribers. And it's just this, right? Like all that shit talking about Alyssa didn't help you, didn't grow your channel. And now they're doing the whole everything's AI all the time. I'm sorry, dog. Do you know how chopped you gotta be to do AI of yourself in your own thumbnail? Like he didn't even AI Jeremy Hambley, but he's AI'd himself in every thumbnail. Like that's crazy. Is that not insane? Like, is that not fucking insane? Like you are like, God, you're so chopped if you're doing that shit. And then it's like, look at this shit. Look at when he was talking about Alyssa. Like all that shit he was doing, I think the most he's got was 41,000 views, right? All this shit talking about someone. And where did that get you? Where does that get you? Mentioned in a lawsuit. But did that help your numbers? Does that help your channel? Of course not. Of course fucking not. But they all did it. All of them did this. All of them did this. And it's like, for what, dog? There's so many videos. There's so many videos. There's over the last 2 years. Over the last 2 years. Like, Jesus Christ, man. And why does he look like 8 different people? It's so it's so it's so funny to me, again, to use AI on yourself. Like, dog, maybe be faceless. If you can't put your own face on your thumbnail, just be a faceless content creator, dog. Just do voiceovers. Just do voiceovers. But let's get into why we're really here today, huh? If you were in Discord, you saw what we were going to talk about. I'm kind of debating, should I show the video first or show the thing that got me to watch this video. Let's do this. Now, I want to preface this by saying I don't like any other people we're going to talk about. Am I drinking vibranium flavored water? Nah, dog. I already took the vibranium. Showed the thing that got watched. Okay, so just to preface this, I don't like anyone we're going to talk about. Okay, I'm not a fan of any of them. But again, this is petty stream today. When people you don't like argue with each other or fighting each other, that is the one time they are truthful about each other, right? Like, if you didn't like someone and you didn't like another person and they both hate each other and they start talking about each other, you know the shit they're saying about each other is true, right? Because you know how they move. Of course, someone like Mizkif is going to keep secret files on people. They all have secret files on each other. So that's why I love it when they all fight each other. Like, way back when Melanie Mac was put on the outs of like the grifter space, and then suddenly everyone's like, oh, she sucks. Or what happened to Jeremy Hambley. Like, all that, I'm like, I love it. I love it. I do. Because then it just proves how right I was about these people. But that was a long preface. I'm so sorry. This is what I saw that was like, okay, maybe we have to watch this video. Which is why we're streaming tonight. This is from Mizkif. Again, I don't like Mizkif. I don't like any of them. Right? At all. Hey, Asmongold, you gonna react to your Queen Emiru's 48 minutes of lies, or do you want to keep hitting on her saying how cool you are for using the N-word as a password at 33 years old? Emiru sent this to me in a screenshot years ago. And I will try to make this bigger. Okay, it doesn't work. It just makes the picture's the same. So I can't make it bigger. But I'll read it out if you can't read it. Emiru, a creative, huh? Asmongold, just saying the N-word, but using a 1 and a Q and then a 3 and a 5. Like, I'm talking really creative shit like that. Emiru, screenshot it, JK. I'm obviously not JK. At a certain point, he wasn't even the word anymore, LOL. Everyone knows I said it, don't worry. She laughs at that. I think I even have videos of me saying it. Again, he's talking about saying the N-word. Really, LOL. Yeah, like, I have super, super bad stuff online and no one cares, LOL. But Pokemon is a racist for her clips, but you don't try to act perfect, I guess. Yeah, that's why people hate her. Not because of the words, LOL. It's the fakeness, 100%. I feel like Miz is pretty much over the canceled stuff, but it's always going to be there, and he can't joke around with it like I know he would because of OTK, LOL. So this is a 33-year-old man with zero riz trying to pull what can only be described as one of the biggest current pick-me's out there in Emiru. Definitely not a girl's girl. Trying to pull her by telling her that he uses the N-word as a password. Now, I had a lot of thoughts when I saw this. First of them being, how much of a fucking loser are you where your passwords are slur? Right. Secondly, why are black people on your mind this hard where you've used that for passwords and you have videos of you saying the N-word multiple times? Like, he's saying no one cares. That's not really true. His audience of racists don't care. But there's a reason why Asmongold is not saying nigga on stream, right? He can say it on Kick. Kick doesn't give a shit. There's a reason why he's not saying that shit on stream, though. There's a reason why he just alludes to, like, yeah, I've said some stuff in the past, but why not say it now? Because he knows people actually do care, especially because he's trying to do this whole people from Islam are terrible people and their culture's not compatible with us and they're monsters and they're awful. And he actually has a post talking about how he wants our society to be Christian. He's not religious, but he loves the fact that we have a Christian society. By saying nigga, sorry, with the hard R, you think that's gonna play? It's gonna play really well with you suddenly trying to be like, oh, I'm super Christian and I love this shit. No, that's what he didn't say. But I've always told you guys the guy's a racist. It's pretty evident, right? And you know how you know he's a piece of shit? Look who's the first person to try to defend him. Where is it? Think before you sleep. Bruh, you have a screenshot of your ex chat like this for blackmail makes you look like an abuser. No. See, now he's trying to deflect. I think before you sleep is a dumbass. I already debunked his shit. Right? But there's also people like, I think Tectone has to be here because defending Asmongold. Like, this is, where is the flirting in the screenshots? Why is it being projective? Like, you're gonna see a lot of these losers. A lot of these losers. Kodiak. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I didn't see his picture before. How is he talking about someone else when he says, I've said it, don't worry? Like, anyways, a lot of people in here who have blue check marks are going to be like, let's talk about all these other times. I'm like, dog, like I said, I don't like anyone they're talking about. But this is about Asmongold. This is about Asmongold being racist, right? But so that means, of course, everyone's going to come into the stream and chat and be like, wait, no, it's fine. It's fine, actually. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. I love how morons like Mizkif think Asmongold's inward in his past will replace some sort of scandal and ruin his reputation when we wouldn't have expected anything less from our Roach King. First off, you have to be the biggest bitch to run defense for a man on the internet who not only do you not know, but does not care about you. Our Roach King, we wouldn't expect anything less from, like, god damn, like, get some respect for yourself, dog. Like, get some respect for yourself, dog. Like, it's so crazy when people do that shit. But that's the post that got me interested in watching this video. Now, again, like I said, I don't like Mizkif, and I also like Asmongold. So this is like, let them fight for me.
Okay. I have the court filings with me, and today I would like to go over them. I'm Matthew Renato, the streamer known online as Mizkif. In the court filings, my name is also spelled Mizrandino. This is about Emily Shunk, the streamer online known as Emaru, who I was in a relationship with for about 3 years. For 3 years, she was the first person I saw every morning and the last person I saw every night. She was a person who wanted to marry me.
All right, dog, I don't care about this part. Let's go to what changed.
Start of her live stream by the magistrate judge on the account of the transcript. She said she was, and quote, finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Mizkif has done towards me.
Also, I don't know, like, is this like the new like meta if you're being a serious video? White room with poor audio balancing? Like, this, it's echoing. You could just did this shit in front of your fucking regular setup, dog.
And some of these issues which are still ongoing. Under Texas law, as a magistrate judge in my case wrote, accusing someone of a crime or of engaging in serious sexual misconduct is defamation per se. In plain terms, defamation per se means that falsely accusing someone of a crime is treated by the law as damaging on its face. So
Yeah,
the harm
defamation
does not have to be proven separately. Those are accusations of crimes. I deny every
Oh, he's absolutely reading this off, isn't he? He's reading this off like a cue card or some shit.
one of them. And the judge did not leave that standard in the abstract, applying it to her sexual assault
Yeah, he's
accusation
reading off.
in
Okay.
the same opinion. She found that accusation reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning and allowed my defamation claim to move forward. If you want to find any of these readings, I'll be putting a link below where you can read everything. For the first time I spoke until now, my account has not changed. The same denial, the same story, the same detail. I have never had to take anything back because I have never lied. She has repeatedly through this entire process. And I'm going to walk you through the lies in her own filings and her words. The same filing has her calling one live stream.
Also, if people are curious why I'm actually going over this and covering this, there's 3 reasons. 1, I don't like any people involved, so this is entertaining for me. But 2, more importantly, I also did cover this from Emeru's side, so we're going to be fair and balanced over here. And 3, I want to see just how fucking terrible the people in OTK are. Because I feel like of all the orgs I've seen, this is the one where everyone sucks.
Spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted in one document, and describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes in another. It has her swearing in a footnote that we did not get back together, while 2 months of her messages say that we did. It was her announcing a restraining order in 2 states that she never filed. Those are not differences of memory, they are lies, and the records are right here. The first thing that people told about me
Is
were
this
that she admitted to
ChatGPT?
everything. I never did, and I never moved off my own story. The first thing most people heard about was not that the accusations itself, it was that I had gone on my own stream and admitted to all of it. This is false. I deny these claims from the beginning, and I've said that in the same thing every day since. Almost no one listened to my side. Before I went live, Emeru went live first. She told the world that I sexually assaulted her, abused her, and stalked her, before I had a single word in my defense. I deny those accusations completely. The word that came next, rapist, came from every
I like how it's like random streamers, random like Twitter posters, and then it's Ian Miles Chong. Like, also look at this. 2 random people committed sexual abuse, miscarriage vapors, Emeru kills animal, J Slat isn't funny. Why is this like on the same level as everything else here?
everyone who heard her and ran with it. The verdict was in before I even said a single word. And when I did go live, I told my side and I've stuck with it word for word to today. She has not. She has done exactly 1 live stream. And across that single stream, her story does not hold together. It has contradictions that are laid out in the sections that follow, in her own filings and her own words. One account has never changed. The other keeps changing. So why does the false version that I admitted to everything still win? That's because almost no one watched either stream in full.
I mean, dog, are you falling off? No one's watching your streams. Are you falling off? But also, I'll really quickly, I will tell you why people are listening to you. You are part of OTK. OTK is the organization where the men are fucking terrible. In the streaming space, more often than not, it is men who are using their power in order to do stuff to women, whether it's women they know immediately, whether it's fans, people trying to make it big, whatever. There's a whole ecosystem in which men with power will exploit said power. Secondly, people know your relationship with Maya and how that went. So it's not that much of a stretch to believe that you continued being a piece of shit in your relationship with Emeru and maybe even expanded on being a piece of shit. There is a history there. That's why people didn't believe you. And you fell off. People weren't watching you. People weren't going to Kick to watch you.
People pulled small clips from my about 30-minute response, cut away the context, and wrapped their own narrative around it for views and for clips. And the reach was never close to her. So in Emeru's filing, her motion.
But also, none of that shit matters in the legal terms, right? No one, like, does not matter. Like, the court of public opinion doesn't hold water here. So, like, you talking about how people didn't watch your video doesn't fucking matter, dog.
Calls it spontaneous. Her own transcript has her describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes. In her motion to dismiss, her attorney describes the stream this way in regards to the sexual assault. The live stream was spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted, speaking openly and vulnerably in the moment. In her declaration, she states the filed transcript of the live stream is accurate, a true and correct copy. And she says at 18 minutes and 5 seconds into that stream, I have been in contact with my lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today. And across that same broadcast, she keeps refuting to how prepared she was. It was not just on a whim, she says. I took a lot of notes. I just ended up reading off my own notes. So my attorney puts it in court directly. Shunk should not be heard now to argue that her defamatory comments were some off-the-cuff, spontaneous, emotional response, when she specifically stated that not only were her comments thoroughly planned out and scripted, that they were in fact reviewed by counsel in advance to the live stream. So her brief on the stream was spontaneous and unscripted. Her own filed transcript has her saying a lawyer reviewed and it read from notes. Both are her words. In the same case, they describe the same 90 minutes 2 different ways. The sexual assault allegations,
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but when weird edits happen, maybe because I've been editing videos for the last, like, well, however long I have the channel, but, like, what's going on here?
From notes.
Like,
both are her words. In the same case, they describe the same 90 minutes 2 different ways. The sexual assault allegations,
like,
she called it sexual assault. Here's what she said happened and what I did. She told her audience and later the court that what happened between us on one night was sexual assault, a crime. She named it on the live stream, where she made her own other accusations. Then she went over what she says.
Is she not allowed to use, like, B-roll footage of her saying this shit because of the lawsuit, or, like, what? Is it just gonna be him in a white room with that ugly ass cable knit?
Happens that night. These are her own words, as quoted in my complaint. He started kissing my face and I let him do it. And then suddenly he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hands down my pants. And I screamed. And when I screamed, he jumped off of me like a cat. Here's what I have to say about that plainly. I did what any man should do in the situation. She made it clear that she didn't want it, and I stopped. I respected her not consenting. I did the right thing in that situation.
Shout out to consenting. Why does it say in my own words though? Like, where is this coming from? Is this a script too? I'm so confused about the B-roll footage here.
And look closely at her own account, because on the thing that matters the most, it agrees with me. The moment she reacted, I stopped. When I screamed, he jumped off of me like a cat. As her words, not mine. I did not push past her. I did not ignore her. The instant I understood that she was not okay, I stopped. I did not sexually assault her and deny it completely. Here's word for word from the transcript filed. In this case, is
he's doing a lot of yapping, no disproving. I mean, to be fair, right? What he's doing right now is showing the inconsistencies of her statements in order to poke holes in her character, right? Like, she's a liar, and I can prove she's a liar because in one filing she said this was not scripted, but in another filing she said that she gave it to her lawyers. You can't give something that's not scripted to your lawyers to review, right? So, like, I see what he's doing with that, but I think the problem is he's spending so much time on just being like, no one watched my stuff, and that makes me upset. And this is what I said in my own words. It's like, you could be more succinct with this, dog. Is this why this is 48 minutes?
what I exactly said on that stream. This was never a confession, and it was denial. And I wrote, I knew the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it soon. Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument after I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month. Then we got back together because we thought we could make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food. And then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and we started to kiss. She said that she was okay with it on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. So why does this false version that I admitted to everything still win? I would also like to make it very clear that up until that moment, Emaru and I had been dating for over 3 years. We did break up for about a couple weeks, but we immediately got back together. And through the past last year of our relationship, we were constantly breaking up with each other, and then we would repeatedly have sex and get back together. So this is just one of those moments. To date, there is no evidence of a police report or any other legal action over the incident she alleges happened around October 2024, despite her public statements in October 2025, where she said to her audience that she was seeking a restraining order.
I am already in the process of filing a restraining.
Okay, why are we doing B-roll footage of this, right? Weird timing. But also, I would just say straight up, man, like, you gotta stop doing this whole, why does this version still win out? Like, tell your fucking story and let people understand. People are smarter than what you give them credit for. They can understand through the context, like, okay, this is what really happened. But also, 3 years? 3 years of this? That just seems like, maybe I'm getting too personal. I'm just saying, like, it's like the same thing I see a Tectone and Pikachu. I'm just like, what happened?
Order on him in both Texas and California.
20 months have now passed since the alleged incident without a single criminal complaint, restraining order, or investigation appearing in any record in California or Texas. The only active case arising from any of this is my defamation lawsuit that I brought against her. The total absence.
Also, I was going to say to you before I forgot is, when you say shit like, to this date, there's been no legal action, it's like, dog, you're making it seem like because there's no legal action being made that it didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, I would not be saying that shit.
Of any official action over a year and a half stands in stark contrast to the severity of what she accused me of. When she finally did raise it, a full year after the date, she points to, it was not to the police. It was an audience of millions on a live stream. This is the reason she gave for going live. I felt like it was a necessary stream because I have heard that he has done things to other people that align with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. And here is what does not fit an assault. We kept dating for months afterward. Her own messages laid out in the next 2 sections show her coming over, cooking me dinner, asking to sleep together, calling me babe, messaging me, Merry Christmas, babe. When it ended in January 2025, I was the one who walked away, and she is the one who did not want to split up. Her lawyers swore in a footnote that we did not get back together after the assault. Her own messages in the section below say otherwise. That is a lie, and in the record proves it. In court, she changed what the accusations even were. In public, Emaru called the accusation.
I'm sorry, okay, I got to go on too long. I will say this also too, just in general, people suffer through some sort of trauma like sexual assault. It is not something that has a predictable outcome each time, right? Like, you've seen people who have been assaulted 20 years ago, and then they'll bring it up now because this person's coming into power. That's what happened during the Kavanaugh hearing, right? Like, that also happened with the Clarence Thomas. Like, there are different reactions to this. Some people will continue as business as usual. Some people get hypersexual. Some people shut down. Some people, like, it's different for each person. So I'm not gonna be like, hey, it didn't happen because she dated you afterwards. Still, I'm not gonna say that. I know how behaviors work. I just want to put that out there. Not saying that this is not me saying that Emaru didn't do some fucked up shit. What I'm saying here is, when it comes to trauma, you cannot expect particular outcomes. That's the whole thing with trauma. It manifests in a bunch of different ways.
Accusations, sexual assault, the crime. But once I
And also, if there is a level of fear of the person you're with, you might try your best to keep them at a calm state. So you might just pretend nothing happened, or you might just want to, forget about it by just putting out your mind and like keep going. Like it's kind of like when people break up and after a while they're just like all the shit they couldn't say, all they couldn't do, and it just comes out.
sued her, her lawyers argued that her own words were never factually a claim at all, only her protected emotional truth. She said, and I quote, "Her story is admirable, and in telling it, she is stating her emotional truth, not some statement of decisive fact."
These statements are nearly identical to the daughter's statements in Benson. Shunk is expressing her heartfelt emotional journey over several years with an admittedly toxic man. Her story is admirable, and in telling it, she's stating her emotional truth, not some sort of statement of fact. That's also a thing, though, too, right? Like, there are multiple truths. You can say, this is how I felt, right? It felt like you were assaulting me. It felt like you were attacking me. It felt like this. Even though that may not be the case, it is still true from an emotional level. This is how I felt.
Fact. My attorneys answered that with one line. Emotional truth is not a recognized defense to defamation in Texas. And this is not just my side spin on her defense. The magistrate judge, restating Shunk's own motion in her own words, described it in exactly those terms. She also argues that her statement, considered in its entirety, was an opinion or her protected emotional truth. The judge did not buy it on the part that matters the most. Vague feelings about a relationship can be protected opinion. But falsely accusing someone of sexual assault, the judge held, is different because those words
that's not the same thing.
One thing, that I committed a crime. She found exactly that about Shunk's accusation. Considering the gist of Shunk's statement, which included allegations.
Also, he keeps saying Shunk. Just say Emily or Emaru. Like, I get you don't fuck up to anyone, but now you're calling her by her last name the entire time is crazy to me. I know this is from the court document, but like, come on, man.
Of sexual assault, the court finds that it was reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. He plausibly pleads a claim for defamation against Shunk based on her allegedly untrue statement that includes allegations of sexual assault. So here's where it stands. She told millions of people I sexually assaulted her. She has never produced a police report. We dated for months after that, the night that she points to. And when I took her to court, her own lawyers argued those words were not a factual accusation, but her feelings, her emotional truth. The federal magistrate judge recommended that my defamation claim goes forward on exactly that statement.
Is he just going bit by, like, messages to contradict who actually ended the relationship, the stalking claim, the restraining order, ChatGPT message, the black eye story, the real world fallout, losing friends, Fusily, closing statement. Okay, I get that he went to court or whatever, but he doesn't have to structure this video this way because he spent the last 13 minutes repeating himself. Like, we get, like, she lied. Gets like the next point of evidence. Like, each section is like, what, he's still doing emotional truth at the 16-minute mark, and he's doing the police report at the 14-minute mark.
Her exact words found it reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. Her filings say we never got back together. The messages from those months say otherwise. In her brief reply, her lawyer stated in a footnote, for clarity, Shunk and Miserandino did not get back together after the assault.
You already said this.
This is a common tactic by abusers to try to justify their behavior towards victims. But on her own live stream, she described that same breakup as nothing more than a short period. A short period is a brief break, and then we got back together. So let me be exact about the timeline, because this is where people have gotten confused. According to Emaru and her lawyers, we broke up in October 2024, and they told the court that we never got back together. Every message below is after that. On November 18th, I told Emaru that she can come over, and she said, is it okay if my alarms go off at 10, LOL? I said, sure. On December 16th, I ask if she wants to come over. She tries to call my phone. On December 18th, she makes me salmon for dinner. When I tell her my uncle died, she asks if I want to come over, and she does. On December 21st.
All right, but this is okay. Now, to play a little bit devil's advocate, I can't just sit here and do nothing. This doesn't mean you're back together. Like, people have situationships, people have lingering feelings, sure, for like their exes, but like, this doesn't mean officially coming back together. And the context of each one of these things so far is you asking her to come over and she's like, okay. Just because you break up with someone, I get it that he said that she said she assaulted. I understand that. I get that. Don't worry, I understand. But just because you break up with somebody, that doesn't mean that like you can't like go back and fuck them. People do break up shit all the time. And a lot of this is you asking her to come over. November 18th, December 16th, and this is December 18th. Hey, my uncle died. I'm just going to stay here. I'm sorry. I'm going to come over if you want. Yeah, okay, I'll have her soon then. Wait, now I'm confused. Did she make salmon for you at her place and you're supposed to come over? Because I thought she was at your place. Whatever. Can I still come over tonight? You know how you said my shower was cold. My hot water completely out now. I want to shower at your place. I'll just get up early again. Yeah.
First, she asks to come shower at my place. Can I still come over tonight? Because she wanted to sleep with me. You know how you said my shower was cold?
Okay, now he's talking about factual things. He's adding that fact now, right? That's not what the statement says. We're putting our lawyer brains on, okay? That's not what the statement says. Statement says it gives a plausible cause for her reason being over there. My hot water's out. Let me shower at your place. That doesn't necessarily imply that there'll be adult activities after the fact.
Obviously, I was at her place. My hot water completely is out now. I want to shower at your place. I'll just get up early again. I said yes. On December 25th, Christmas, she said hi, and then Merry Christmas, babe. This does sound like a couple that is broken up. On December 30th, 2024, we sleep together. Me, okay, I'm going to bed. Emiru said, okay. I then said, I'm just getting ready. Emiru said, do you want to sleep together? I then said, yeah. Keep in mind.
By the way, this is the driest shit I've ever seen. Like, why is this like a scheduled event? Like, I'm going to bed. Okay, I'm just getting ready. Hey, do you want to sleep together? You want to schedule in some sleeping together? Yeah. Also, by the way, do you have a save with a D/CS? Because Cheddar, he doesn't leave. He's a hero. You're basically caught up. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, this feels like a coworker ass relationship.
That a lot of the calls that we would have with each other are not shown because we called each other every single day as we slept with each other every single night. January the 15th to 18th, I call her babe in a text. Her filing said that we did not get back together after the October 2024 breakup, as she describes. These are her own messages from November, December, and January. All after that date, the filing and the messages describe two different relationships. Our next point, she also says that she ended the relationship. But here's what actually happened the morning.
Wait, but are you guys dating or just sleeping with each other? Because that's not the same thing. Like, it's not. I've slept with people and we're not dating. Or we weren't dating.
I walked out. We were together on and off for 3 years. Our relationship we kept hidden from almost everyone around us. But near the end, we broke up. We got back together more times than I can count. I wanted space and she wanted to move closer. I told her I wanted her to move out and that I wanted space, and it was a line that never healed. The week of our official breakup in January, we had agreed to finally sit down and each say what we wanted for the future. We slept at her house. On the morning of January 23rd, 2025, she handed me a note, and in it, she wrote that she wanted to marry me, that she wanted to build a life and move into an apartment right next to me because she knew how much I needed my space. And I looked at it. I looked at her, and I handed it back to her. I told her, I can't do this anymore, and I'm sorry. And the last thing I heard as I was closing her front door, and she said, don't go. This is who ended it. So in my complaint, I said he called off the relationship in January 2025. So to be exact, the exact date that our relationship ended was on January 23rd, 2025. I left Austin in early February, first for Japan, and the move to Los Angeles came afterwards. After 2 trips.
Wait, he's in Los Angeles? Also, I'm sorry, but like, in the grand scheme of things, what does any of this section, what does this matter? What does it matter who ended the relationship? That's not even, the main crux of this whole thing was the defamation suit, right? The main crux of this thing was she said you assaulted her. You proved in court you didn't. Now you're just going through a list of like, and also, I'd like you to know that I paid for the last dinner, not her. And it's like, no one cares. like, no one cares.
Overseas, the day by day in the timeline is going to be shown. These messages are shown with me and at one point my best friend, Extra Emily. So Extra Emily knew that I wanted to break up with Emiru for a long time. And these messages are on the exact date that I broke up with Emiru on January 23rd, 2025. I messaged her and I said, bitch, I did it. I ended it. Emily said, shut up. No way. I'm free to call whenever. I said, are you streaming?
Why do you have better rapport with your friend than you did with your girlfriend for 3 years?
And she said, not until Saturday. And then I messaged her and I said, okay, I'll call in 5. The conversation didn't end there. 2 days later, on January 25th, it was Emiru reaching out to talk things over with Extra Emily. And Extra Emily had already heard from me that it was over. So this is January 25th, 2025. Extra Emily says, okay. And then she says, she texted me to talk. I'm pretending like you didn't tell me the news. Okay, I'm talking to her on the phone soon. I then said, are you streaming tomorrow? And she said, no. So if this doesn't prove that Emiru is lying, that who broke up with who, I don't know what does. So now we're gonna move on to the stalking allegations and where I actually was. On February 2nd, 2025, about 10 days after we broke up, I flew to Japan. The reason why I flew to Japan is that I knew if I stayed in Austin, that we were just gonna get back together and get in the same loop that we had been in for almost a year. On February 21st, 2025, I came back to Austin and stayed about 3 weeks. This is when my friend Simply had a party, which is the one that she ties to stalking, was on February 23rd, 2 days after I landed, about a month after we broke up. On March 16th, 2025, I flew back to Japan and stayed there for nearly 2 months. On May 12th, 2025, I returned to Austin for about 2.5 weeks. And in May 29th, 2025, I moved to Los Angeles.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is boring. I don't care.
And I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait possibly to get back together.
You just said this.
The house was very small and I opened the door. I said, whoops, I want to make it very clear I was not following her. It just happened that I was with someone she knew the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people. I, of course, was near her, but I was never following her. The specific incident she calls stalking is a party. Here's how she described it on her own stream from the certified transcript she filed herself. I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be. There was a party that I attended. I was aware that he would be there and I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that that was just being paranoid. About 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens, it's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes ooh, and closes the door and leaves. That is the entirety of her stalking.
Okay, that is crazy. That is crazy to say someone's stalking you when it amounts to opening a door and going whoopsies and then leaving. That is fucking insane. That is a weak claim. Yeah, that is fucking insane. That is fucking insane.
Allegations. Read in her own words, this is obviously not stalking. She was never cut off. She says that she cut me off through personal private communication, but she controlled the contact. She didn't block me, and on her own stream, she showed messages proving that I could still reach her. Choosing not to answer someone while never blocking them, while leaving every channel they could use to reach you wide open, and while showing no sign that you want them to stop is not the same as being stalked.
Okay. I'm gonna have to amend what I said, because even if I'm not responding to you, right? Like if someone's leaving you on red, like over and 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 over, then that is them telling you they do not want to communicate with you. Also, some of these things we covered before, but it's like, can you answer me, Emily? Just at least tell me you've moved on. Hey, I know it's been a while. I just want to say that I'm going back to Austin next week, and I think that you and I should at least be able to talk and communicate with each other. I'm gonna be also doing a lot of collabs, and I know you've been doing a lot of collabs lately, and I feel that we should be amicable with each other so it's not weird, because we're both now doing lots of clubs. I think it was collabs. And I feel like it would be really weird considering we're both also in the same org that we're just not talking to each other at all. And as your communication, I wanted to come back and for us to at least be, I can't read the rest. But a lot of these is like, can we please communicate so I don't feel isolated and hated by my own org? I just want to be okay with each other, and I feel our streams and lives, we shouldn't have this feeling. Like, I don't think this is stalking, but at the same time, this could be considered harassment. Unwanting excessive communication with someone could be.
She also knew that I was going to be there. In her own words, she was aware that I would be there and chose to attend the same
But it's not, I wouldn't say it's stalking.
Going somewhere you knew the other person would be at is the opposite of being followed. She also says that she felt and thought she was paranoid. She does not say I actually followed or monitored her. She said that she felt that way and twice told her audience that she thought she was just being paranoid. And lastly, I opened the door and I walked away. They don't open a door at your friend's party and walk away.
We're going to the next part.
Against me that has appeared.
Wait, why was that in the who actually ended the relationship part? When you're talking about stalking, you're still talking about stalking?
In Texas or California. My own attorney has received none, and the people who follow the case closely, watching for any filings of any type, have also found none. And the timing is the whole point. In both states she named, an emergency order is built to be fast because it's meant for people in real danger. In California, a judge can grant a temporary restraining order the same day you apply, with a full hearing set just 21 to 25 days later. In Texas, a judge can grant a temporary ex parte protective order the same day on a finding.
Yeah, I know Tectone knows about that.
A clear and present danger with a hearing within 14 days. Someone who genuinely needs protection can have a temporary order in hours, not months. She said that she was already in the process in October 2025, 8 months later, that I couldn't win. In nearly the same breath, she predicted that I would sue her and waved it off in advance as meaningless. She put, and I quote, "I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him, not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit." Interesting. So on camera, she was sure of two things: a restraining order was already on the way, and that my case was baseless. It was a PR stunt that I couldn't win. Neither of those things have held up. There's been no restraining order or protective order that has ever appeared in Texas or California. And the judge who reviewed her motion to throw my case out recommended the opposite, that it moves forward. She told her audience I could not win. The court let me proceed. So here's the part that she leaves out
Okay.
about the party. Simply, whose party it was is one of my closest friends. We lived together for years. And at the time, we were
Dog,
banned.
why did we
She is
care
the
about
one
this
who
stuff?
invited me. I opened the door. I saw 4 OTK members sitting there in the corner.
Oh my
and
God.
closed it.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I
That is
don't
the
care. I don't
whole.
care. I don't care. I don't care. I
Till
don't
her
care.
friends told her it had to be AI. She said, and I quote, I had someone send me a massive apology message and I wasn't sure like what to respond. I showed a couple of friends and they were like, this is literally ChatGPT.
I had someone send me like a massive like apology message, and I wasn't sure if I like wanted to respond. So like I showed a couple friends and they were like, Emmy, this is literally ChatGPT, and I was like, oh. I guess I'm not responding.
You could put it back into ChatGPT and be like, is this?
Yeah, no, they did, and ChatGPT said it's probably ChatGPT.
This is obviously about me because we were in a relationship the entire time that ChatGPT has existed. This was months before.
Okay, that's a weird self-report, dog. Cause she didn't even say it was you. She didn't even say it was you. And you're like, it was obviously me because we've been together as long as ChatGPT existed. So that's like if someone was like, yeah, man, someone I saw Supergirl with some person I didn't enjoy. And it's like they're always talking about me because we've been friends since the DCU started. Like they didn't mention you, dog. Like you can let this one go. This isn't even part of the lawsuit, right? This is just.
She even went public with an accusation. You do not consider how to respond to the person you say sexually assaulted, abused you, and stalked you. The only thing that stopped her was that her friends decided that my words were too well written to be mine. Think about that. I would like to now talk about the abuse claim that Emeru tried to hint at on her stream.
Wait, why did you apologize then? What did you apologize for?
Here's the truth, in my own words. I have never hit Emeru. The one physical thing that ever happened was an accident. I had a habit of tossing my phone onto my bed, and one time it bounced off the mattress and caught her in the eye, and it left a bruise. I felt terrible about it.
Wait.
I apologized immediately.
Okay, so I don't know how he set this video up, but he's talking about the black eye right now at 29:01. But the chapter says it starts at 30 minutes and 33 seconds.
I stopped throwing my phone that day, and we moved past it. That is the only time I ever hurt her, and it was not on purpose. What makes that more than just my word is that, at the time, her own account matched it in 2022. When she had the bruise, she did not call it abuse to anyone. She called it an accident both publicly and in private.
Okay, that's also a thing. Again, not saying that he abused her, but that's also a thing abusers would do. Like they would, like I don't think he understands. God damn it! I don't think or maybe he's not trying to, but he's not understanding that when people are in abusive relationships, they're not going to get on the internet while the alleged abuser has immediate access to them and be like, "Oh, what happened? Oh, my spouse abused me. Anyways, let's go play some game." Like they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna hop on League after say like, they're not gonna do that. It's like literally like you've seen it on TV shows. But like, what happened? Oh, I just fell downstairs. What happened? Oh, I was being clumsy and I hit my head on something. Like that's what they do. It's not gonna be like, I was getting my ass beat.
In Emeru's best friend at the time's chat room on August 11, 2022, surrounded by all of Emeru's close friends and even her brother, she said the same thing. When a friend asked her directly whether something had given her the black eye, she answered that it was not intentional and called the whole thing a funny story that she would explain later. Verbatim, did someone knock you out, Emily? Emeru said, not intentionally. I got a black eye a week or two and it's finally almost gone. It's a long story, but funny as fuck. LOL, I'll DM you later. There was never a police report. There is nothing in any record from that time that treats this as an abuse in calls, text messages, or anything that me and Emeru had. It was not called intentional abuse until 3 years later when Emeru went live. The bruise never changed. The story about it did.
That's
I will also
ChatGPT.
have more messages about this as my lawyer lets me show, proving that this was never abuse, and Emeru has changed the story of it to fit her narrative to make people think that I am a monster. Emeru has accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse. These are all crimes. In the time since, there has been no arrests, no criminal charges.
Yes,
On January
we know.
15th, 2025, the federal magistrate judge has said to the district judge, the Honorable Robert Pittman, that she would deny defendant Emily Beth Shunk's motion to dismiss the First Amendment complaint. The order in which Ms. Rondino is to submit a more definitive statement within 30 days identifying each statement by Shunk
my God,
he
dog.
alleges to be defamatory, including the exact quotes from her live stream and how each statement
Okay, I'm gonna skip some shit because this is boring, and this is also just repeating your shit. This could have been 20 minutes.
guards walked me out in front of everyone, and posts mocking me for it reached hundreds of thousands of people.
Okay, now we can
I've
talk
been
about
called
it.
a rapist, people I've
Right.
worked with, and people who have never met me. It has cost me my reputation that I've worked 10 years for. It has reached my family, it has reached my friends, and it has hurt my work directly. Making content, getting sponsors, and using the platform I spent years building, the same community she built her following on. And it did not stay online. At multiple events, I have been called a rapist. And at one event, minutes after I picked up a wristband, 3 security guards walked me out in front of everyone, and posts mocking me for it reached hundreds of thousands of people. I've been called a rapist to my face in bars and restaurants for most of the last 8 months, and I decided to stay inside because of that. This is a girl named Meg who said, "Imagine being such a prick you got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after showing up uninvited." This is another tweet. LOL, Mizkif got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after getting rejected on the party floor.
Okay, dog. Okay, first off, I'm gonna say some things here. First of all, I do think it sucks that someone being falsely accused of something and having that be like their scarlet letter, right? I think that's fucking terrible. That doesn't suck. Again, I don't like Mizkif, but that does suck. That does suck, and I actually do have some sympathy for that. But the tweets that he's showing, and when he said, that's just the internet, dog. Like, that's just the internet. And what they're saying is you showed up uninvited and got kicked out. Now, maybe you were thinking, hey, I'm a big content creator. I can show up to a place and they should let me in because it's esports. And they usually did, but now they won't. And that could be because of you're not with OTK anymore or whatever. But if this is true that you weren't invited, because you didn't say you were invited, by the way. If you weren't invited, you got kicked out. People make fun of people on internet for weaker shit than this. This is kind of a weak argument right here.
App. And then someone asked, what is this party? Also, what is the party full ALR? Thanks for ahead of time. She said, TLDR, he was rejected from an esports party, showed up anyway, and got kicked out instantly. So they tried to paint a narrative that I was kicked out and that I was not invited. I want to make it very clear. I was invited by my friend Alana. She just texted me and said go. And I have been to hundreds of parties before Emeru's allegations.
So exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. Your friend inviting you to an establishment does not get you access to the establishment. Like, you can't be, unless Alana is like the host of it or like the owner of it, you that doesn't matter.
With no problem in any way, shape, or form. And I got texted by Alana to go to this party with my friend Jeannie. We show up, we did get wristbands immediately, and we were able to walk in. 15 minutes later was when I was escorted out. I never had a problem getting into the party. I showed my ID just like everyone else and waited in line and was immediately let in, only to be almost immediately let out. This was not a case of someone who was simply disliked. And before I left for Japan, after I broke up with Emeru, I was around creators of every kind. And when I came back, almost no one spoke to me. And while I was in Japan, Emeru went through all of my old friends, and everyone that we were friends with and spread lies about me. And instead of going to the police or any legal channel, she went straight to the people who mattered the most in my life and my career, whether out of bitterness that I was the one who ended it or for some other reason.
But you know what's crazy about that, big dog? What's crazy about that is the people who are closest to you, who's supposed to know you as a person, heard that and were like, yeah, he probably did some shit like that. Like if I broke up with someone and then they went to my friends and family and said he did this, and this, they'd be like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Because he doesn't do that kind of stuff. Because they know who I am as a person. So if you're saying that your close ones, your real ones, your day ones, she was able to like warm tongue her way, that says more about you, to be completely honest.
I cannot say. What I can say is that friends stepped back, not for anything I did, but for what she told them while I wasn't in the room. And the harm was done before I even said a single word. People watched Emeru's live stream and came almost immediately to every place you can find me and said that I was a rapist and destroyed my name. A false story then took hold that I had admitted to everything when I hadn't. When I spoke, but people who had already made up their mind repeated the false version anyway, vague enough to let an audience picture the worst. She never had to say rapist. She said sexual assault. And to the millions of people that she said that to, people now call me rapist to my face. That is the harm. It is ongoing. It is every day. And that is why this record exists. Before the breakup, I was not an outcast, as many of you think. I was the center of this community. This is the opposite of the story that people now tell about me. In the year before the breakup, 2024, my house was constantly having people there. I had 4 or 5 creators staying at my house almost every single night. I had Extra Emily, who was in the backyard doing something. I was hosting something, streaming with others, and collaborating with people across the entire Twitch scene. In the year that people try to paint that I was a nobody, I had over 100 collaborations with other creators, and I helped lead OnlyFans, the hardcore World of Warcraft guild that had over 300,000 active people checking in on it every single day, that Sodapoppin and I ran together, which brought more than 300 creators into the same guild. And that was just a single month. In October 2024, 3 months before our breakup, I collaborated with Fuslie, Pokimane, the Botez sisters, T10 Nat, Hassan, and Extra Emily. I had a boys' night with NMP, E-Rob, and my friend Dave. I went to go see all of the Game of Thrones collection before they went on auction, and I even hung out with Jason, Max, and Ron that year. I also collaborated with people like Mari, Julia, and Danny. Yes, people try to call me an outcast, but I was outcasted when I came back from Japan. To show you how little of an outcast I was, these messages are between me.
Okay, now what he's doing. Now what he's doing is like, nah, y'all don't understand. I have motion. I have motion, okay? I have motion. All right. I was that guy. I was Himothy. But I have to ask now. I have to say this as someone who does collaborations very, very seldomly, whatever. Do you need collabs? Like, I do understand the aspect of it. Like, I was so loved and welcome in this community. Collab. But like, if these people are so fickle, according to you, that just the allegations alone, like like Hassan gets called a terrorist supporter. Hassan gets attacked by the fucking literal governments. He's banned from the UK. Like, our government doesn't like him, right? Like, a lot of people don't like him. And they call him, again, a terrorist supporter, Hamas supporter, what have you. And he still gets people to come onto his platform, right? Like, if we want to talk about just the scale of things, being known as a dog shocker in America is worse than being known as a serial rapist, because our president's one. But like, all those negative things said about him, but people still go and collab with him because they know it's just bullshit done by like a smear campaign. If that's not happening for you, there's 2 things, dog. Either the people you collaborated with are just there strictly for appearances, even though you're day ones, or there is something about you that they could be like, yeah, I think he did that, and I rather not put myself out there for you. And again, that says more about you.
And my friend at the time, Leslie, who is also known online as Fuslie.
Fuslie.
This was November 2nd, 2024, just 2 months before me and Emaru had broken up. I was in LA and I wanted to meet up with her, but she responded, "I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK game day, so I'll see you in like 2 weeks. And then you can just come to LA whenever, cause you'll love it here." Oh lol, wait, that's great. What was your apartment complex
Oh lol, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
called? On November 4th, 2024, she then tells me her apartment number. This was someone that I once called one of my closest friends, Fuslie, wanting me to move to LA, as I was telling her 2 months before I broke up with Emaru that I wanted to move to LA and get out of Austin, Texas, because I knew at the time that I wanted to end it with Emaru and move on. At the time, Fuslie was one of my best friends in the scene. Her and I would talk all the time about our problems, our issues. We would play games together. I was hanging out with her on stream constantly for about 3 or 4 years straight. And whenever we had an issue, we'd call each other. Whenever I was in LA, she was the first person I'd call. Fuslie, whose real name is Leslie, I met her 4 years ago when I went on a girl named Katamia's stream for her subathon.
I don't know why he still has to say that her real name, but also, this is also proving my point, right? If this is someone who was your bestie for years, your bestie, they want you to come to LA, here's my apartment, come stay, come do this, come do this, come do this, come do that. And then they heard things that were alleged about you, and instead of them being like, nah, that's messed up, that's my boy, they're like, actually, like, either they're shitty people, which is also true, but you probably have something about you where they're like, yeah, that's believable.
And it turned into some of the most fun I ever had streaming. We became close fast. We played games together all the time. We talked constantly about content, our lives, our relationships, and sponsors. When I was anywhere near LA, she was the first person I called. And just 2 months before my relationship ended, she wanted me to move into her own building in LA. Right there with her, November 2024 text will show that the unit under Valkyrays is available, and come to LA whenever. I'll love it here.
Wait, that's crazy to put that, by the way. That's good. Bro, don't say that.
That is the friendship this next part is going to show you that I had. I was very close to all of these people in LA, just like I was to everyone in Austin. But I wanted to move to LA, and I knew I wanted to break up with Emaru. This next part that I'm going to show will show you what has happened to my reputation ever since Emaru's accusations. On June 18th, 2025, after texting me how excited that she was for me to come over, Fuslie came to my house to hang out. She cut my hair, and I streamed it. The very next day, June 19th, is when Cutie Cinderella sent the message shown before you that Fuslie had gone to Cutie asking what she thought about me.
Heads up, Fuslie asked me what I thought about Miz today. I told her my feelings, and she asked what happened with you two. I told her to reach out to you. Okay, thanks. Heads up.
And Cutie told her her feelings, and then told her to reach out to Emaru. Cutie is a dumbass and sent that message to an account that she thought was Emaru, but it wasn't. It was Emmy-OK, who then gave it to me after Emaru made her allegations, showing you that people were my friends prior, but then once they heard Emaru's allegations, completely stopped talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Fuslie sitting in my house and excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private
Wait. That's not what that says, right? It says, heads up, Fuslie asked me what I thought about Miz today, and I told her my feelings. And she asked what happened with you two, and I told her to reach out to you. That's not her telling someone how to feel. That's saying, hey, I don't fuck with this person. Why? What happened? Go ask this person, right? That's that. But on top of that, like I've been saying, if your best friend for years could be this easily swayed, they are either a fake friend, which in the streaming space, that's more likely than not, or there's something about you as a person where when someone said this, they're like, yeah, I can imagine you doing that. You did always seem kind of shisty. You did also seem sort of like disgusting. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Sorry, I've been sitting for a while. But like everything here is just proving the point.
Showing you that people were my friends prior, but then once they heard Emeru's allegations, completely stopped talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Fuslie sitting in my house and excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation, Fuslie stopped talking to me entirely. That friend who wanted to be there on day one of me moving to LA, that friend that wanted me to live in her apartment complex under
Again,
her
this
friend
seems
Valkyrie.
this seems like he's blaming Emeru for the way Fusilie's moving, but this is on Fusili. Again, this is supposed to be your homie.
Was gone because she was told what to say and how to think about me. That friend who was at my house one day, who wanted me to live with her at one point,
This makes her look
was
bad.
now gone because
Just
of
so
what
you
she
know.
was told in a private message.
Because he keeps saying, no. She's only not talking to me because she was told not to talk to me. Like, dog, like, if it's that easy for them to do this,
She was never supposed to have. A message from someone who was not even involved. Repeating claims about me that were never true. And making her doubt a real friendship over accusations I was never even given the chance to answer. About a month later, after she hasn't responded to me, I went to a 100 Thieves party with some of my friends, and she was there. And Fuslie walked up to me that night and began crying on my shoulder. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me that we could not hang out anymore because of what she heard I did to Emeru. At the time, I had no idea what was going on and what people were saying about me, and I would ask her to tell me what was said, but she would say no more. I tried to reach out to Fuslie afterwards multiple times, and she never responded. On June 27th was the date of the 100 Thieves party, and after crying to me for hours on my shoulder, telling me that she can't hang out with me anymore because of what she heard I did, she said,
wait, for you, she cried on your shoulder for hours and was just every time you asked her what's wrong, she said, I can't tell you. But she would cry on your shoulder for hours?
"You're okay, Miz." I then said, "Just sad the reality, but maybe whatever." I then said, "It's just so fake, the politics are fake, so much crap and so much cheating and drama, and nobody cares and they hang out, but here I am and people don't want to talk to me." I then say to her the next day, "We should talk, not drunk, off stream." She never responded. And on March 4th, to my friend Fuslie, I said to her, "I hope one day we can hang out," and you can see that she lied. So you have one day where she's at my house having fun. The next day, Cutie Cinderella messages
Is he
her,
mad at
and then
Fuslie? It
she
sounds like
never
he's
talks
not.
to me again. This is what was constantly happening to me for about a year until Emeru came out through allegations. I was not an outcast. I was friends with every creator. I slowly became an outcast over that year as Emeru's lies were spread amongst the community, and nobody told me what was really going on. For almost a year now, I have been forced to live inside a bubble that isn't mine, and it doesn't feel real. I have been wrongfully punished and treated and seen as a man that I am not. I've been labeled a rapist, an abuser, and a stalker. 3 words I have never been. Wrongfully attached to my name and my reputation and my community for the entire world to treat me as such. It took more than my name. It took my reputation, it reached into my family's life, and it has completely destroyed me as a person.
ChatGPT, the 3 things. It's not just this. It's this, and this.
I don't wish any of this that has happened to me among my worst enemies. There were nights it would have been easier to just disappear, to be quiet, to let the loudest version of the story become the only one. But it didn't disappear, and I'm not going to. This is not the first time, and it will not be the last time that I will address these allegations. I spoke the same way she did, and I have talked about it on stream since, but this is the first time I've done it in a way with a clear head, with preparation, in every document in front of me, and every quote sourced. I spoke the same day she did, and I have talked about it on stream since, but this is the first time I've done it in this way. This is only the beginning, and I'm going to go through all of this because
You edited this and you repeated yourself so much. So much repetition.
before I go, there's just one more thing I want you to see. Just one. This whole case will be decided on evidence. The messages, the devices, the documents, everything both sides has to hand over. under oath. I filed this lawsuit on November 3rd, 2025. By her own side's account, she knew about it November 10th. And on November 11th, the very next day, she went back on stream and told everyone watching this, in her own words,
I got 2 new computers. My other computer is gone. I gave it back to Starforge and they wiped that shit.
I'll see you in the next video. Subscribe, comment, and please spread this everywhere.
Okay, this is the call to action. Dog, you have almost 1 million subscribers. You only got 100K. That's a fall off. That's a fall off. That's a fall off. That's a huge fall off. I'm sorry, my guy. I'm sorry. It's a fall off. I thought he would mention. Then what was this shit then? What was this shit about then? Hold on. What was all this about? What was all this about? Can we get a summary? I just went over the Mizkif video talking about Emiru lying. This is part 1. It's 45 minutes. Jesus Christ, dude. Basically, this whole video, I probably could have surmised it by using the Google function, but I'll do it myself. The whole video was just him going point by point. Some points are completely superfluous. Teach me you're right, you're both like I told you. But some points superfluous. So basically, he's talking about how he wasn't a stalker. The most important thing here is that he didn't assault her. That's his claim. That's the evidence he has. Everything else was just, I've been called names. I've been falsely called a rapist, and people don't fuck with me anymore. But like, this shit was boring. Oh my God. This was 2 days ago. Oh, does he only have 2 videos? Or he deleted the other 5 videos? This is not how you maintain a YouTube account, just so you know. But like I know he does streaming more, but like I thought we'd see some of this. This is the only reason why I watched the video. I was bamboozled. This is the only reason why I watched the video, was because I thought he'd show evidence of this. We can talk about this stuff for people who didn't see it. This is Asmongold trying to rizz up Emiru by saying that he uses the N-word for passwords. This crusty white guy, he uses the N-word for passwords because he's edgy and definitely full cool. He's definitely a cool guy. Like, holy shit, dude. This is so cringe. I mean, it's racist, it's sad, but also just mostly cringe. Like, he was 33 when he did this. And he's like, oh, I say the N-word all the time. I say it all the time. And it's just like, this is the life you have when you don't go outside. Like, he doesn't go outside, right? Everyone knows it. Asmongold doesn't leave his house. He doesn't go outside. So he feels comfortable saying this shit. But if he were outside, he wouldn't be saying this shit, right? But this is him trying to get at Emiru, who said that it was screenshotted JK, but it was screenshotted because she sent this to Mizkif. That's why he wrote, hey, are you going to react to your Queen Emiru's 48 minutes of lies, or do you want to keep hitting on her saying how cool you are for using the N-word as passwords at 33 years old? Emiru sent this to me in a screenshot years ago. Which is years ago, which might have been 2 years ago. And then the comment section is just people going, no one cares, 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 no one cares. But also, I don't fucking like Mizkif either, so I don't care about this shit. In terms of like, who's right and who's wrong. I mean, fine, being a little impartial here, it does seem like Emily just lied about a lot of stuff. And her statements are consistent. She seems to be going back and forth a lot of things here. How low does your self-esteem have to be to interact with Asmon and LML? Every streamer from Austin seems to be fucking brain dead. I think the Austin Twitch, like the Austin streaming scene, is garbage. Like, It's garbage. Weird how like everyone like that has control of an entire area. But also, it's not surprising that Asmongold's a racist, right? Like that's not surprising to anybody. All these people live in Austin. Yeah, Texas scenes like Asmongold, Tectone. Basically, everyone who's in OTK is in Austin. And I don't even understand. I don't even understand the appeal to that fucking organization. Like that's gotta be the worst org. But to be fair, I don't understand the appeal to most streaming organizations. OTKKK. I mean, honestly, true. But people keep denying he's racist when they poop over and over and over and over. It's because it's the we love when people do racist shit, but please don't call us actually racist. Actually, no one cares that you're racist, but please don't call me that. He would never be racist. He wouldn't say or do these things. I would never be racist. But then also, I'm super racist, and I love being racist. And it's just crazy to me that it's crazy to me though that like Emiru got so much of a pass of being associated with Asmongold when I remember Denims was like calling her out for that shit, right? Because of her bullshit apology. You guys know I did a video on this. Her bullshit apology about the whole ice thing, right? She's like, I'm just a small bean, and I'm like, that shit doesn't work anymore. I'm a small bean. I don't know any better. Like you're like 20 years old. You're an adult. But so people are just like super fucking like surprised about this too. I'm all like, dog, if you're friends with Asmongold, you're gonna be a piece of shit. If you are friends with him, if he considers you a friend, you are a piece of shit. Because he's the piece of shit. But also, Mizkif in the past also used N-word a bunch of times. So again, and this is not like years ago. It's not like he was a young child. This is in 2018. Like there's footage of him using the N-word a bunch too, right? So like, these are all bad people. But it's just funny to me how like now that people are aware of it, it's like, well, no one cares. It's like, dog, you guys care. You want to have your cake and eat it too. I'm just upset that this is a part 1. Like this is a multi-part series. Like if it's this boring, I'm not watching it. I don't care. If it's this boring, I don't care, dog. Like holy shit. I was losing my mind. I feel like that was kind of sleeper shit to watch. I thought it'd be like my fault. I thought it'd be better. Cause like why is he trying to be so serious and like why is he trying to be so like I'm professional? And it's like, dog, like this could have just been a post. This could have just been an email. This could have just been like a text. You don't have to make a whole 45-minute video about this. God damn. What was the call to action? He wanted people to subscribe and share it everywhere. And I'm like, dog, you have a platform of 980,000 people. It should already be shared. And people aren't sharing it because they don't fuck with you. And I get that was part of his reason, like saying, yeah, everyone is not fucking with me anymore. But it's like Blair White. Oh my god, I don't want to talk about her. But I will speak on like the larger streaming space is fucked up. It is fucked up. It is a bunch of fake people there because of course it is. Of course, there's not a. I do not believe for a second that the people and like OTK are all best friends and they all like each other, and that none of these people would just do anything in order to get attention. I just don't believe that to be the case. And so like to hear this coming out, it's like, yeah, of course. Like the fact that they all have compromise on each other. Like they all have compromise on each other. And they will always hint like, oh well, you guys think your favorite creators are good, but then they're not. And it's like, dog, and just say names. Like I hate when people like sneak shit. Like either say it with your chest or shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like say it with your chest or shut up. Don't be like, whoa. I heard certain content creators are doing X, Y, and Z. It's like, no, just tell me who. Who? It's like when people go like, they'll screenshot something like a tweet of someone being super racist and they'll block out their name. It's like, no. They wanted that smoke. They posted it early. They posted it online with their name attached to it. So let me see who they are. But all right, let's try to find a different video. I feel like that wasn't enough for me like to actually react to. Who haven't we done? Let me check the Discord. Let me see what's in the Discord and see who we can actually look at. I'll go to the suggestions. Godzilla. I did this one. I did that one. I've done this one. That one too. Okay, something they can actually react to because it's not good. It's not good actually to like react to some content on Steam. Who is Alatori? All right, screw it. We'll do this one. I think someone mentioned this person before earlier too. So this is the video from 13 days ago. Oh, it's in defense of Asmongold. All right, this is from Altiori.
Imagine not liking a man for a host of reasons, but also
Okay, that caught me off guard. I'm not gonna front. That caught me off guard.
because you believe he doesn't like women, and then simultaneously being triggered that he's choosing to stay away from said women. Imagine being someone who is very tolerant to people who identify as ace, and then getting the deepest Mariana Trench of wedgie so far up inside you because someone exercises that lifestyle.
Just a men date a fair large amount of women or bond the foul on bad faith ones. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not the, like, even if I could, I wouldn't be trying to hook up with different girls every single week. I just feel like doing that is...
Even if I could, we know that's not possible.
It's like, I'm more interested in video games than sex, if you want me to be honest. I just am.
This is the kind of man that people who hate him would rather him not breed or have anything to do with women. But then he gives them what they want, and they're still mad.
Why?
What is this in defense of him? Oh my god. Gamer picks his hobby over dating and this is news. No, dog. The reason why people are talking about this, because he has the most to say about people's appearances. He has the most to say about people who are trans and queer and whatever. And then when they talk about, okay, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, well, I don't talk to girls. Like the fact that he made that post and he was like, men are just more attractive than women in general. But he now you're trying to say he's what, ace?
That's how you know someone's insane. When they ask for apples and you give them apples, and then they say they want oranges, and then you give them oranges, and then they ask you why you're racist. There's no pleasing people like this because clearly they're mentally unsound and not in the good way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Obama thing always gets me.
Wait, what? Wait, are you live editing this while you're recording this? What's happening? How did you see the Obama thing? How did you? This is in post. How did you see the Obama thing?
Oh Lord, I know it's not even that funny. It just freaking kills me every time.
And so, like, I mean, girls are nice, sure.
So yeah, yeah, as I was saying, no
What is this
pleasing
editing?
people like this. It doesn't matter what you do. You see, there's just mentally ill people, and then there's Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers. No, not the Austin Powers guy. The other guy that shanks people when he chases them at the speed of reverse and is still able to somehow catch up to them.
What is this? What is these
But the other
references?
worst kind don't know that they're ill and instead think the entire world is the problem. Which one do you think is more dangerous?
And so, like, I mean, girls are nice, sure, but like, I really like video games. That's my favorite thing to do. And so, anyway, cuts into gaming time. It can. Would you raise an eagle? No, I don't think I'd be able to do a good enough job. And so, I think it'd be irresponsible for me to do that. Personally, that's where I'm at.
I don't see anything wrong with what he said here. He has his priorities, and he probably isn't fit for a relationship and just doesn't prefer one.
Probably isn't fit for a relationship. Probably. I feel like this person is taking the entire context of this completely out, because this is part of a larger conversation of, like, this is when he was talking about how, first and foremost, he was like, all these people think about is sex and this and this and this and this is that. He's like, okay, what about you? And he's had a girlfriend before too, so I don't think he's like ace or whatever, but like, he tries to make it seem like he could do these things if he wanted to, but no, I just love games so much. People aren't buying that though. That's the whole thing. He acts as if he wanted to, he could do all these things that everyone else is doing, but he can't. And instead of admitting that, he just goes, no, I just really love video games. I just love video games so much that I don't play them for the large majority of my time streaming because I'm obsessed about whatever Trump's doing. Like, oh, he loves video games so much, right? So surely most of his content should be video games, right? Charlie Kirk, what Ubisoft used to be, they never learned. Trump, the UK, whatever. Police, Assassin's Creed, Xbox is dead. The mask finally can't. Just news, politics, Sony, politics. Why Warcraft sucks. The Critical Drinker video. These people cannot be real. This doesn't look like a gaming. This isn't like a person who cares about games a lot, who plays lots of video games, who loves gaming so much. He loves gaming so much, just so much. He's such a huge gamer guy that he just plays like WoW. If even that. But see how they always try to flatten it. Oh, he just loves video. No, that's not what's happening here. A lot of us love video games and still have time for relationships.
Just like I choose not to have children for whatever my reasons, it's my choice. If that's his favorite thing to do, why doesn't he have a choice? Now, if a woman said the same thing, everyone would be praising her. As a matter of fact, lots of women were saying this very thing not too long ago.
The 4B movement. 4B movement.
So what is it? Actually, a fringe feminist campaign from South Korea. The 4B is Korean for 4.
You cannot equate the 4B movement, which was born out of the treatment of women in South Korea, specifically by the men there, to a guy who has zero riz, so he plays video games all day. This isn't the same thing at all. Like, that's not even close. Like, that's not even close. This is like comparing, legitimately, this is like comparing like the civil rights movement and like how black people were, I mean, kind of still are, but oppression in this country, and being like, I'm also oppressed because my parents said I can't have chicken nuggets after 10 p.m. Like, that is what's happening.
Knows, no marrying men, no giving birth, no dating men, and no sex with men.
There's so much pressure in South Korea for women to have kids, and women felt extremely undervalued, so they have sort of banded together to not kind of give into these societal pressures.
South Korea has the world's lowest fertility rate. Now, Google searches for 4B surging to record levels in the US as one of its top trending searches in the last 48 hours.
I'm so glad you asked. The 4B movement is a movement in South Korea right now where the misogyny and sexism is so bad that South Korean women have decided to opt out of dealing with men entirely. That is not a joke. That is not an exaggeration. They are not dating men. They are not marrying men. They are not having children with men. They're not even sleeping with men anymore. And it's called the 4B movement movement because the Korean words for those 4 things all start with the letter B. This kind of first started happening around 2016 when Kim Ji-young, born 19, to her being in a she's just like sense.
You are the comments.
I've been living in the full B movement for 8 years now.
Next one.
I'm 100 on board for this in the States. We literally made this. I love when women
Oh my god, this is like shoe on head type shit.
Men have been doing this for a while, and they actually encouraged it.
So in response to single women and their embrace the 4B movement that originated in Korea, the men have decided to create a movement of their very own, and it's the 5G movement. In this new movement, they're saying they don't want to date women, they're not going to pursue women, they're not going to impregnate women, they're not going to marry women. They're leaving women alone because they feel like women are leaving them alone. And I, for one, think that is brilliant. The funny thing is, they're trying to fire us, but they realize that we already quit. Like, if they're going to do anything, it's...
This isn't the same. This is not the same. Like, do you understand how apples to oranges or apples to like fucking watermelon this is? This is not the same. This is not the same. Men aren't not dealing with women because of the way that women are treating men on a societal level. The expectations women are putting on men are the expectations society's put on men. They're not dealing with women because women aren't dealing with them. This is we didn't invite you to your party. Well, I wasn't gonna go even if you did invite me type of shit. Like this is not the same thing at all. This is not the same thing at all. Asmongold speaks from insecurity because he's an insecure person. This isn't him. And before she made it seem like he was ace, and now it's like, no, he's choosing not to, and that's okay. That's not the point being made here, though.
Threaten women with a good time. That's exactly what we want.
Yeah, except men have already done this. And this movement already happened a very long time ago before you guys made it a thing. It was called MGTOW.
And I'm going the OA. Yeah, and it was loser shit. Because this was also happening when I was on Tumblr. This is loser shit. This was not some like, again, women are treating us terribly, we must leave. This was we want women to act a certain way. They're not acting a certain way, so we're going to abandon women because they need to realize they need us. Like, look at this. It says it's a simple philosophy in which an individual man does away with all vices and distraction in his life. Drugs, alcohol, pornography, procrastination, and starts embracing life to fulfill his dreams. Notice how this doesn't even inherently talk about women, but they're substituting women for vices and distractions. Right? And because all these men going their own way people act like fucking MRAs, which is just whining, but it's not the same.
MGTOW is an acronym for Men Going Their Own Way. It was an online, male-centric movement and philosophy that advocated for male separatism, self-reliance, and complete avoidance of marriage and long-term romantic relationships with women. And
how could it? Okay, it's self-reliance and a complete avoidance of marriage and long-term relationship with women. So, not interacting with women, right? The movement primarily exists in digital space and encompasses a broad spectrum of beliefs ranging from a focus on personal independence to anti-feminist ideologies.
there was a huge sect of men that followed the movement that just avoided women altogether and decided to live single and in peace. Then later it turned into Red Pill, and then later you called them incels for it. Remember Kevin Samuels?
That's not the same thing. And you mentioning Kevin Samuels, who died under a prostitute, kind of defeats the purpose. In case you guys know or don't know, Kevin Samuels was just, originally he would talk shit about men, and that didn't pop up. So when he's like going after women, especially black women, that's when audience grew. Kevin Samuels died like what, 2 years ago? Sorry, 3 years ago. Kevin Samuels died May 5th, 2022 in his Atlanta apartment while accompanied by a 32-year-old woman that he had met previous evening. So again, he was getting it on with the woman and died. That's not really a man going his own way. It's going away. That's not really a man going his own way. That's also not red pill if he's doing this, right? But also the fact that, like Starro said, the fact that it became red pill lets you know where the true core of that movement was. If it was men going their own way, why become red pill? Because red pill is different. Red pill is like, women are awful and this is why you gotta do this, and then become incels because like, all women are greedy and they're gold diggers. What does that have to do with having complete separation and self-reliance? Because incels aren't self-reliant. They're angry that they can't get a date or get with women.
The Godfather, he came onto the scene initially talking to men and trying to get them to get their life together. And he gave them the same smoke that he gave the women, telling them, look, dude.
I don't like it when non-black people try to use our words. I'm not going to lie. Like, the way she said smoke just bothers me. It just does.
You're doing all the wrong stuff. Look at how you look. Stay in your lane. Go for women who are on your level. Blah, blah, blah. Fix your hair. You look like a bum. He was just as brutal to them. But what I noticed from those videos is that the men never clapped back at him when he told them the truth. They said thank you, and they listened to him and humbled themselves and took his advice.
So now we're getting to the pick me portion of this. What does that have to do with Asmongold? Was Asmongold just like a way to get the views? Because like now she's getting to like the pick me portion. The men were just taking the advice, but the women had to clap back. Hey, maybe because the way he went at the men was not the same way he went at women. Notice how she's not playing the audio.
Or didn't. He got really popular, even though he was already on the scene a long time ago, because he started doing the same thing for women, and they got super offended when he told them the truth. And he was also popular because there were already a lot of men that were deep in the MGTOW space. This has been a thing.
Exactly what we want. To be able to go out to a club or a bar.
Also, that defeats your whole purpose. Why would Kevin Samuels be telling men how to get women and talk to them if the whole thing was, I don't want to talk to women? He popped off because of misogynoir.
Or a lounge and not to cover your drink, to be able to go to your car at night confidently because you don't have to worry about men bothering you there, to go to the gas station and pump your gas without being bothered, to be able to go.
Wait till she finds out women can be criminals too, and all.
That has nothing to do with. God damn it! This has nothing to do with this. No one said women can't be criminals. She's talking about very specific situations in which women often find themselves in, like being at a bar and not having to cover their drink, like being at a gas station, not having a man approach you. Like, these are real situations. She didn't say that women don't do crimes. Also, not lost to me that she's using black people, by the way, too.
Also rob people. So yeah, this has been a thing, especially when men realize that simply saying hello to a woman could land them in jail. Not saying men are completely innocent here. I know that because we do have a lot of crazy men out there. But let's be honest, when it comes to dating, now with social media, women can just go up and show a picture of the back of her neck and their ankles, and then people would go rabid, which, yeah, that's still a problem with men giving them that much power and validation. So the men do have some responsibility for that, for making the very monster that's now chomping down on your asshole.
What kind of statement is that? First off, I also hate when people do the random B-roll footage. Stop being lazy. Goddamn. But what kind of point is that? I'm not saying, men are perfect, but I'm going to also put the onus of women because they can post their ankles and men go crazy, and we got to control that. What is the point you're trying to make? It seems like it's just all over the place.
But then you have the women out there that will pose for these pictures and then call the men creeps when they're taking their money and capitalizing over said creepiness. As a matter of fact, Tinder and the host of these other platforms.
Why does she flash OnlyFans like that? That's a completely different site. By the way, also, you can still be creepy. Like, this is so insane. This is so insane to me. When women are on OnlyFans, let's just talk about, if they're adults, they're doing sex work, right? In that avenue, yes, they want to be objectified consensually. They're consenting to that because they are putting out a product for you to pay for. But that doesn't then give you the right to be creepy to them. It's just like if you were at a bar. Yeah, I consented to being outside in this bar and we're drinking. That doesn't mean you get to be sloppy and hit on me. The barista's being nice and smiling at you. That doesn't mean you now get to hit on her, right? Like, I am consenting to certain things in an environment, but it doesn't mean I consent to everything. If you're at a beach and a woman's wearing a bikini, she's not consenting for you to come and touch her or talk to her because she's dressed like that. That's not how consent works.
Where men pay to see women, which is pretty stupid because, again, it's free, are part of the reason
It's free. Okay.
Reasons why men are staying away from women, at least physically, because it's so much easier. There's total consent on these platforms because women are just showing it because they want to. No risk of going to jail, no risk of opening your eyes one morning and a woman pointing at you because you just happen to be standing in your line of sight at the moment you open your eyes and then call the cops on you and say that you were creeping on her in the middle of a public intersection in Manhattan. Or at the gym where you're just trying to work out and someone
Jesus
is wearing
Christ,
bubble-wrap
dude.
transparent legging tape around their voluptuous baboon behind to draw the eyes. And then when your eyes are drawn, she gets you on film and ruins your reputation, calling you a creepy person. And the thing is, you don't even have to have eyes. You could be blind and it would still be your fault because you're a guy.
I'm blind. I'm standing there doing a tricep pushdown exercise, and since I can't see, I'm just kind of staring off into space doing my thing. Halfway through a set, I start hearing footsteps that seem like they're coming in my direction, getting closer and closer and closer, until all of a sudden, this woman's right up in my face going, "I didn't come here to be stared at!" I'm sorry, I'm blind, I say to her. Her response? I don't care. Stop staring at me. I don't care. She storms off and comes back with the manager a couple minutes later. I reach into my wallet and pull out an ID card from the Massachusetts Commission for the Blind and explain to this guy as well, I'm blind. I wasn't staring at anybody. He says, okay, but you still can't make other gym members uncomfortable by looking at them. Oh, Mike.
I like the look on the old man's face.
Okay, so you're using one specific example, which hilarious, but also like, yeah, dumb, to highlight that this is what this is. You can even not be like, this is stupid.
Can't be doing that, bro.
Can't be doing that, bro. See what I mean? So understandably, if I were a guy, I'd be staying all the way away from them. Patterns. We evolved to recognize them. And even if you find a nice girl, you don't know if the next morning you wake up, even though she's given consent.
Also, why is she acting as if like there's no opposite end to this? Like men don't kill women. Like why are we ignoring this dynamic? Why are we ignoring that dynamic? Why are we completely just, well, men have it hard because sometimes there's some women who call them creepy and they could maybe sometimes call the cops on them for doing that, even though the reality is that rarely happens. This is like someone talking about false accusations, which is ironic given the video watched before, and saying like, well, yeah, this happens. Like not nearly as much as the real crimes do. The amount of women who create fake assault claims is so minimal compared to the people who actually have real legitimate cases. It's no different when people go like, well, we can't give people, unemployment checks because what if there's someone who doesn't need it? Like the people who don't need it pale in comparison to people who do need it. There is no cohesion to this video at all.
That she could just take it back.
Gotcha, bitch.
In this Reddit thread, the poster is
Wow, I literally just called this, did I not? I literally just called this.
understandably sharing how scary it is that you can just decide to splooge or create friction with another person's skin bag, and then that person gets up later and says,
Yeah, I hate the terms they use. Just say have sex with somebody.
You know what? I think I regret what happened. We were both sober, but that man meat did not go crazy. It did not give white boy frat house at all. So now I regret it.
This doesn't happen. I'm gonna just say, this doesn't happen, all right? This doesn't happen. People don't just say it's rape because they regretted it. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Absolutely not a girl's girl.
You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
And then the first comment is essentially admitting there are people out there who believe that if they're grown-ass adults and they consent to bucking and grinding with someone, and the next morning they're not okay with it because they've now processed it, fully cooked and whatnot.
Oh my God. Furthermore, it makes sense. You could be young, naive, and pressured to consent to encounter that you later realize wasn't consensual. It happens all the time. To me, the links you provide are more about emotionally come to terms with sexual encounter that wasn't really consensual because it occurred under duress or after harassment. I don't see the question of criminality coming into play. There is a thing called coercion. That's a thing.
It all of a sudden makes that essay, which is grounds for prosecution and all that. How does that make sense? These people want to be treated like adults, but when it comes to taking accountability
These people, she's talking about women as an entire gender.
for their own actions they consented to, all of it of why many
It needs to be freely given and reversible. You know, like I was okay with this yesterday or a couple weeks ago, and now I've decided that I'm not okay with it. Or I said yes to sin, we're about to do it, and then all of a sudden I'm like, this isn't right, something's not right. Or we're in the middle of doing the thing that I asked for, and all of a sudden I'm not okay. Reversible.
Consent to sex is not consent to all sexual acts, including receiving baby batter. Okay? It's not, no. So if you're having...
Also, I love the fact that she has to go to random people on like TikTok and shit. Because we all know the sanest people are the ones who have access to TikTok and Instagram Reels and whatever. But this lady she's talking about, it is true. Like, if you want to get to the letter, but yes, consent can be revoked at any time. But there's that also level like, hey, this already happened. So you consented to it's happening. It's done now. So if someone tries to undo the consent of that, like if you slept with someone, they said, I didn't consent to that. It was too late. But if you're mid coitus and you're like, actually, I don't want to do this anymore, then yeah, that's revoking. That is revoking consent. I can consent to someone kissing me, but maybe anything more, I say no. You can do that. Like the thing is too is what these people have to do, like Alator, what they have to do is frame it in a way that it makes someone look like they're insane. You're an insane person. And then they find the most fringe people to be like, see, look how insane it is. But you do this all the time. You do this all the time, dog. If I was like, last night we hooked up, and then the next day I try to hook up and you say no, you're revoking your consent. You consented yesterday, did you not? Now you're consenting today or not consenting today. It's not this forever thing that happens. It is a day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute. But we also live in the real world. So like, again, yeah, like the amount of people who do this, who will give consent and then a week later say, actually that wasn't consensual. It's like, that doesn't happen.
With somebody and they just want to, give you a prostate exam. Are you okay with that without consent? You shouldn't be, because that's a violation of your rights.
Not sure why she's so angry, but I mean, you would think that adults who do the deed would understand that a man finishing is part of the deal.
Yes, but you can also be like, not there, not here, not there. That's true. Like, you can absolutely do that. What are you talking about?
Now you can choose where he does it, and that's why you wear protection. But to expect that you're supposed to stop every 2 seconds, or that the guy is supposed to stop every 2 seconds to ask you at what part of the act is no longer consensual, you're a freaking idiot. And
That's also not what people are saying either. This is what I mean. They have the most uncharitable interpretation. They take the most fringe aspect of it and be like, oh, so I'm supposed to stop every 2 seconds? It's like when people talk about consent and like body language, like, oh no, you have to have verbal consent all the time. It's like, no, you don't. But you also know when people are like shying away from you, when they're resisting, like, you know, that's signs too, right? Like, if you are a functional human being, a functional adult who's been in relationships or had relations with people, you understand how that works. And that's the aspect they try to pretend doesn't happen. Like, no, you don't have to verbally consent every 2 seconds. There's other ways.
you probably don't need to be having special activities with people since apparently you're a child. Because most functional grown-ups understand what comes with the activity.
And I don't even know how this got to this point, dog. Like, this was talking about Asmongold not being able to pull up women, and now we're talking about revoking consent.
Yes, you can say what things you're okay with and what you're not okay with, but I never in all my life expected that having a man blow his top was something that required consent, like while we're doing it. That's like someone giving you a cup of water and you taking it because you asked for it, because you're thirsty, and then getting upset that you have to drink it or it, like, you know, has water.
No, that would be like if someone asked for a cup of water, they gave you the water, and then they forced it down your throat. And instead of letting you control how you drink the water. This is a bad example. What is this person? I feel like I'm going insane. Am I having a stroke?
If you're homeless, just buy a house.
I love the internet. It's freaking crazy. Men are like toothpaste tubes. You know, the paste kind of comes with the tube. Ew. And you can choose to squeeze it into a rubber tube or receive it into your...
Why is she showing GTA 6 footage?
But that's kind of the point. The happy ending, if you know what I mean. But I have a feeling that the people that are in this group that hate the biology of scoozing are probably the ones who can't get it themselves. And so they project and tell other people that choose not to have it that they somehow can't get it.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, huh? Can this not also apply to Asmongold right here?
You can choose to squeeze it into a rubber tube or receive it into your tube, but that's kind of the point.
Not that point.
The happy ending, if you know what I mean. But I have a feeling that the people that are in this group that hate the biology of scoozing are probably the ones who can't get it themselves.
Like, can that also be applied to Asmongold, saying that he plays video games because he can't get women, so he's lying about it? Right? Like you're making assumptions about people. See, how is it fair that you can make assumptions about people who you don't know, but if people online are saying, yeah, this guy's insecure and doesn't get women, it's like, no, you guys are just being mean and you're calling them incels, and yet this is what you're doing right now.
And so they project and tell other people that choose not to have it that they somehow can't get it. What does that even mean?
Oh, you can absolutely revoke consent. Consent can be taken away at any given time. You guys could be in the middle of it and she can say no to you. Consent is not just a one and done thing. Stop sounding like a
I'm gonna give that auntie the benefit of the doubt, and she's probably talking about subsequent interactions, but then does that mean that if you're in a relationship and you've been in a relationship for 5 years, that your boyfriend or husband coming up behind you and kissing you and starting to foreplay requires him to ask you for consent every time?
Oh my god. Did I watch this? I just said this, right? Obviously, no. There's other ways. If you've been in a relationship with someone for 5 years, no, dog. Because they know by now. You know how it goes. But guess what? You can also say, I'm not in the mood right now. Like, what the what is happening? What is this video even about?
What an awful way to live.
Good morning, honey.
Good morning, dear.
May I kiss you?
Yes, you may.
Good night, my love.
Good night, honey.
Can I kiss you good night?
Yes.
Oh my god, this dumbass skits, dog. These unfunny skits. Stop doing that. Listen, the only woman allowed to do skits on the internet in her videos is Chad, all right? Everyone else is no. And also, this doesn't happen. Like, they're creating these scenarios that aren't realistic. Like, no one's going to ask every single time. No, that's not how it works. Because they can just say no. Like, okay, this might get me in hot water, whatever, but just think of it as in implied consent. When you're in a relationship with someone, implied consent, right? Unless told no, it's implied consent. You can kiss your partner. You can grab them. You can squeeze them. You can hold them. And then they'll let you know, because they're a human being with their own agency, and they will let you know, okay, and I don't want to touch right now. Fine. That's them telling you. So no, you don't have to ask them every single time, because that's not how it functions, like, at all.
Ooh, I'm sorry, my bad. Do you consent to me grabbing it? And now then if he tells me no, now I'm gonna be all like, well, what the hell? Do you not love me anymore? Then I go to jail because of harassment just from asking him.
Oh my
if I were a
God.
man in the situation, instant jail time.
Remember when we were having sex and you asked if you could record it and I said yes? Yeah, how could I forget? That was really hot. Well, I've been thinking about it and I realized I don't feel comfortable anymore with the idea of you having that and maybe other people seeing it, and I was just wondering if you could delete it. Oh, well, yeah, of course. Really?
No, not really.
You're not mad at me? No, you're allowed to change your mind. Just because you said yes once when you were comfortable doesn't mean that yes lasts forever. Consent is an ongoing conversation that can change moment to moment depending how you're feeling. You're allowed to give it and take it away whenever. That is entirely your prerogative. Okay, well, I just don't want to disappoint you. Even if it might feel a little disappointing for me in the moment, that's not your problem. That's my responsibility to manage that. Anyways, you feeling safe, comfortable, and respected is way more important than me feeling disappointed because I can't keep a video of you. Like, it's just a video.
Yeah, what happens if you consented to it going up on his profile and now it's on the internet? And then do you decide?
So you see how there was a completely normal interaction, and then she goes, but what if something insane happened? What if you consented to it going on your profile? You consented to it. If you consented to a sex tape going on the profile, first off, I highly doubt you think him deleting it is going to do anything. Secondly, most people who consent to that are active in that environment, unless it's like revenge porn, which is completely different. But lastly, she has no argument. So everything she has done has been an insane hypothetical. It has been an insane hypothetical. But what if you run to delete your phone and then aliens came and were like, hey, if you delete anything off your phone, we will vaporize the earth. Is she now violating your consent? Like, what? What?
You know what? I changed my mind. Little late for that, isn't it? And then the person could straight up lie. Owen does a good job at portraying, going through the rest of the video, of being such a good partner and then deleting the video so they can see. And that's considering the person that you're with is actually a good person and not a relationship that's gonna bite you in the ass later when it falls to smithereens.
What?
It's like people don't understand the concept of growing up and forward thinking.
What?
You know, like being aware that certain things you do can have consequences, like putting your image online or...
What? Wait, what? Huh? How did we get there? How did we get there?
Person could straight up lie. Owen does a good job at portraying, going through the rest of the video, of being such a good partner and then deleting the video so they can see. And that's considering the person that you're with is actually a good person and not a relationship that's gonna bite you in the ass later.
What, you don't... People don't get into relationships with people that they think are going to bite them in the ass. Like that's like the whole thing. You're not going to a conversation. You're not going to a relationship with thinking this person's gonna leak my videos if I break up with them. I better lock it down. Like that's not what happens. What happens a lot is people either change who they are and they become a more hateful person, maybe because they're watching Kevin Samuels becoming red pilled or whatever. But that's usually how it goes. Or they'll do like revenge porn things, but that's not something that's identifiable usually in the outset of their relationship. And again, most people don't do this. Most people have these conversations all the time. If you ever had a relationship as an adult and you're like, we broke up, like, hey, can you like, I just delete shit. You know what I mean? Like, just delete it, right? Because it's like, it's weird to keep it. Just like it's weird to have this like access this person's body when it's like you're not together anymore, whatever, right? Most normal people do that. So again, she's creating these insane situations and this insane logic. But that's only assuming if they're a good person, not going to ruin your life. Because people don't do forward think. Like, what are you talking about?
When it falls to smithereens. It's like people don't understand the concept of growing up and forward thinking. You know, like being aware that certain things you do can have consequences, like putting your image online or giving it to someone in a weird situation that you wouldn't want people seeing you in. Like, things are saved in the cloud. So
What?
somewhere up there, the cloud organisms are distributing it all over the world, and now everyone
The cloud organisms? Are you a dumbass?
can see you being milked for the free caramel cow that you are.
Like, even if I could,
What's that have to do with Asperger? You guys, I'm having an aneurysm. I feel like I'm watching one of those like dream skit videos where just like dream logic is happening, but even those are easy to follow. What's happening here?
wouldn't be trying to hook up with different girls every single week. I just feel like doing that is it's.
And also the irony of saying this person, you need to have forward thinking, and you're trying to cape for a guy who admitted when he was 33 years old that his password is the N-word because he was trying to get with Emaru, who had a boyfriend at the time.
Like, I'm more interested in video games.
And you would think this
Like he's saying he's more interested in video games. Dog, you tried to bag Emaru and you couldn't.
would make some women very, very happy. But apparently someone choosing, you know, their body, their choice, to not be in a relationship or to just...
Wait, now we're going back to, well, oh my God. Oh, my neck is starting to hurt. Oh, I'm getting whiplash. I'm getting actual whiplash. Oh my God, this hurts.
do what they love doing. That is somehow national news now. Next up, we're going to hear from the Washington Post that a man is being lambasted on the internet for doing the egregious act to his cat of feeding it premium
Dog, the literal New York Post doxed Hassan and was talking about that he masturbates in his house. Like, I feel like the quality of journalism nowadays isn't that great. So, like, yes, but also this isn't national news. Like, what I said was actually made news. This isn't national news, man. Also, this is
calling them orcs. Outrage response crew specialists or oversensitive rants committee squad. Or what about offended radical cancel squad? That has a nice ring to it. Offended regularly causing stupidity. Or if you want a podcast for them, it would be
Oh my God.
Blame him or anybody who wants to live this way. I can't wait for this game, by the way. Because of situations like this. This is a defense law firm blog post hyping up one of their success stories. So there's a freshman guy at UNCW or University of North Carolina or University of North Carolina in Wilmington specifically. And yeah, he gets accused of SA. So he met a girl at a party, they flirt, make out, and have what he
okay. You know what? Let me just do something like this. Let's just go to Rain. All right. Let's go to Rain. Except that, whatever. Let's just go to Get Informed. Okay. Let's just look at something real quick. Someone U.S. is sexually assaulted every 9 minutes. That someone is a child. So children being assaulted. Victims of sexual violence. Age 65. Women and girls experience sexual violence at a high rate. 1 in 6 U.S. women have experienced or attempted or completed in their lifetime. Millions of women have experienced it. An estimated 17 million women. So a lot of this, young women are especially at risk. 82% of all juvenile victims are female. 90% of adult victims are female. Females ages 16 to 9. Notice how I didn't even go by gender. And for men, it's 1 out of 10. 2 million men have been victims. 1 out of 33. So here's the thing, right? I'm not going to be the person who says it doesn't happen to men because that's fucking stupid. But she's making it seem like this happens so frequently that men should be afraid of talking to women, when if anything, it should be the other way around. We can even go back to specifically talking about false allegations and how often do they happen. So over 10 years, they're actually... Okay, here we go. One of the most controversial disputes affecting discourse related to violence against women is a dispute about the frequency of false allegations of sexual assault. In an effort to add clarity to the discourse, published research on false allegations critiqued, and the results of a new study described all cases, N equals 136, of sexual assault reported to a major Northeastern university over a 10-year period are analyzed to determine the percentage of false allegations. Of the 136 cases of sexual assault reported over the 10-year period, 8 were coded as false allegations. These results, taking into the context of the examination of previous research, indicates the prevalence of false allegations is between 2 and 10%. So if we were to extrapolate this to about 100 people, right? Out of 100 people, if they all make claims of sexual assault, and let's be real, just women, right? Between, again, 2 to 10 people could potentially be lying, which means anywhere from 98 to 90% of the cases are real. This is this research from 2010. Oh, this is the same one. This is the same one. Sorry, same one. Alan Berkowitz. I feel like no, not Alan Berkowitz. "99% of false accusations go unpunished." That's misleading. but I get what they're trying to say, right? Out of the small percentage of people who do false claim, 99% of those people don't face any sort of consequence, which actually does fucking suck. But this is just to not be like weird or gross, but this is just to show that there is a huge misconception when it comes to the rate of false allegations, because most people are not going to put themselves through the trauma of that just to ruin someone's life. But our society has this thing about women being like vindictive harlots and whatever, that, oh, they're just trying to ruin this guy's life.
Said was fully consensual ping ping and vuk vuk that night. No hesitation.
I can't do this anymore. Her stupid little idioms are awful.
And of course, the word goes far and wide. It gets back to him, and suddenly he's facing a potential SA accusation that would wreck his life, meaning criminal charges. He gets expelled from college, and his reputation is completely destroyed, etc. All the things that come with that. Remember what happened with Johnny Depp, right? So
what happened with Johnny Depp? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. Awesome. Women carries. Do you guys remember what happened? Emma Solkowitz. Remember that? Remember what happened with her? Are you guys familiar with her? She was assaulted, I believe, her first year in college. Remember that? Remember that whole thing when she was assaulted? Oh, do you remember what's that guy's name? Who was a swimmer? And then he got away with it because like boys will be boys. What was his name again? College swimmer sexual assault. It was like Brock Turner. There it was. I remember. Remember Brock Turner? Remember that? What did he look like? No, he was a lacrosse player, right? And initially done on 5 charges, 2 for felony sexual assault and 1 for attempted rape. And then he got off. He was given 6 years, but then that turned to 6 months, then 3 years probation, and then after 3 months, he was released. Remember the Duke lacrosse players? Remember that? This was like the one incident of proven false allegation, right? To show that this stuff does happen, but you could go 100 names deep before you get to one actual false allegation. And this person is trying to make it seem like that is the norm, that this is the norm, that Brock Turner doesn't exist.
So his parents hire his lawyer, and they they said he was innocent. She was consensual because like I was like a different fucking person yesterday, like mental illness. Yet that's not being addressed. And the worst of it is that a lot of women take to the internet with these feelings that can destroy people's lives, and they just spread it everywhere. Like the DoorDash girl, straight up putting a narrative on innocent people to make themselves feel better about the bad decisions that they made.
They use these extraordinary examples because they happen so infrequently. I could spend the next 2 hours of this stream going over all the men who have sexually assaulted somebody before I get to one woman.
Made as grown-ass gray-back adults. So I don't blame Asmongold and a lot of men. Also, what if Asmon is ace? And I don't remember if he said he was a bit autistic or whatever. I don't...
Being autistic does not preclude you from having relationships. That's a fucking myth that needs to stop right now.
It's weird because what's empowering for people who agree with your line of thinking is somehow to be used as an insult towards people who don't. I've heard people laughing at him because they think he's gay. And what if he is? Bit of homophobic of you, isn't it?
He makes fun of people. He uses slurs against people all the time. Turnabout's fair play for this asshole. Like, now he's supposed to get sympathy? Who cares about him,
Aren't
dog?
you gonna get mad at people being homophobic for just pointing that out? You literally are homophobic towards someone who you think might be in the closet.
Also, by the way, me being lonely, we've really got to talk about this, okay, guys? I'm not lonely. I'm busy. Like, I have engagements, events, things that I do, people I see, all.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because he has at multiple times stated how much he hates doing that stuff. And now that he's no longer with OTK or whatever, he doesn't have to do that thing. Besides his all crap shit, what does he do? He talks about how often he doesn't see people. And now he's super busy. And this has nothing to do with the point she was making.
All the time. I just don't talk about it a lot. I don't care. It's not a big deal. Like, you guys have noticed this, right? I mean, like, I have never had any drama. Like, I have interacted with and I've dealt with hundreds of people in my time of being a content creator. None of them have anything bad to say about me. They never
Except for Mizkif, the guy who fucking worked with you.
do. Think about that.
To make a content creator look bad, it's usually coming from some butthurt woman who now feels like she was treated badly in a relationship that ended that she consented.
Okay, the thing about the Amber Heard case is the way people remember the Amber Heard case as just like her being this evil person and not Johnny Depp also admitting to being abusive and like half the shit that he did has always been a turning point in this creator space. It has always been a turning point in creator space because all the incels are like Amber Heard trying to ruin Johnny Depp. All of the pick-me women are like, yeah, Amber Heard ruined things for women because she tried to ruin this great man. And it's like, let's just go a memory lane real quick. Let's just do Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, right? Let's just quickly. Maybe Wikipedia can give us a summation of it, right? Like, let's see here. This happened 4 years ago. Jesus Christ. Because this was also a defamation suit, right? Like, this was all about defamation. But the things that she said that he did to her, he did not deny. The relationship. So he sues her over an op-ed, right? Trial opening statements. And also the thing too is they also don't remember that Depp also lost some of the cases too, right? Like he won the defamation aspect of it. Like here, we'll read it together. On June 1st, 2022, after nearly 2 days of deliberations, the jury found that Depp had proven all the elements of defamation for all three statements on the 2018 op-ed, including the statements were false and that Heard defamed Depp was actual malice. The jury awarded Depp $10 million compensatory, oh my God, I can't speak. Compensatory damages and $5 million punitive damages from Heard. The punitive damages, however, were reduced to $35,000 due to the limit proposed by Virginia state law. In regard to Heard's counterclaim, the jury found the second of the three contested statements that Depp's former lawyer Adam Waldman had published in the Daily Mail to be defamatory and false, defaming Heard with actual malice. Regarding the other two contested statements, the jurors concluded that Heard's attorney had not proven all the elements of defamation. Heard was awarded $2 million in compensatory damages from Depp, but no punitive damages. Post-trial motions. And we have some appeals. Concession. The Depp lawyer stated that jury's decision. I don't know what this means. We're going to do a lot right now. But like the information that came out about Johnny Depp, right, was insane. Like Johnny Depp was also abusive. But people like to forget that part and be like, she ruined his life. She ruined him. In 2020, UK court ruled the allegations against Depp were substantially true, while a 2022 US jury largely found Depp's favor regarding defamation. So the statements were true, but they still say she defamed him. But the statements were true. Like, the statements were true. Of course, no one here was perfect, but the statements were true. In 2020, Depp sued news group newspapers, publisher of The Sun, for labeling him a wife beater. A high court judge found that 12 out of 14 alleged instances of abuse had occurred and dismissed Depp's claim, ruling that the newspaper description was substantially true. This was an op-ed that he sued over. And she only was 3 counts of defamation. This is talking about, throughout both trials, both actors detailed accounts of violent confrontation, alcohol and drug abuse, and mutual toxicity. Mutual toxicity. But they will always frame this as Amber Heard, evil woman, and Johnny Depp, innocent sweet baby angel.
Sent it to. I mean, every single week it's a new accusation, and one of the latest ones around the time of this video was from some woman who was a streamer as well, who decided to cheat on her man, who was an influencer, with her blood cousin, who I guess she forgot she made clips a long time ago saying that she wanted to bone him, this person in her family. And somehow that same woman, and I made a video about it, by the way, she turned around and still somehow made it the fault of the guy that she cheated on.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
A lot of men see stories like this and think, why am I going to risk that? It makes them paranoid about...
First off, again, she's using extreme examples. And secondly, I could say all this about men all the time. There's not men who cheat on their spouses or their girlfriends and then blame the girls for them cheating or say, oh, I was drunk or this and the third. There aren't men who treat women terribly. There aren't men who abuse their women, who kill their women. Like, that doesn't happen. Like, all of the stuff that she's talking about, the most extreme version of it is they might say you assaulted them. That's the most extreme. That's the most extreme of it. For women, it's death. Like, actual death. Like, there's a reason here we're talking about a man or a bear. Who do women feel safer with? Femicide is... There is such a high prevalence of women being killed that there's a term for it. It's femicide. Like men killing women, it's femicide. It happens so much that it has its own term. Like there's homicide, and obviously it's patricide, right? Like killing your mother, matricide, killing your mother, patricide, killing of the father. But like, there is no like, this is the killing of men. That's just homicide. But we specifically target women so much that it's its own thing. And she wants to live in this fantasy world where it's women who are the worst possible creatures on the planet. And there's nothing else outside of that.
Looking up, even if they're sober, because the rules feel very one-sided. Like, her feelings in the morning can completely retroactively rewrite everything that happened, just vanish the history of the truth. Real ravishing, and I can't say the R word on YouTube, it is horrible and it should be punished extremely severely. I'm not even gonna front about that. I'm talking about cherry sacks need to be tied off or cinched or clipped, or you need to lose one of them. Same thing with a woman. Chest cabezas need to go, and at least one of them needs to be chopped off if you're gonna do that to another person. That's what some countries do, and while it seems barbaric, I think it a bit more barbaric to force yourself on someone else legitimately, like, and think you can get away with it. And when people start to get real consequences again for physically hurting other people, you would see how quick that crime would clear up. More people would not be as brazen as they are now.
That is such a stupid fucking statement to make. Oh my God, you know nothing about crime or how it works or whatever. No. That would not deter people. When people do crimes like that, they're not thinking about the aftermath. Otherwise, death row would be a really, really good deterrent for most crimes. So would going to jail. So would paying a punitive fine. But there are people who do not care about that. Like, it's illegal and people still do it. It's illegal and people still do it. Because that's not how it functions. It's not, hey, if you're severe on it, the people will stop. No, they won't. No, they won't. That's a person who's not aware of how crimes work. The psychology of crime. Person has no background as clearly. If you could just, if people start suffering consequences for this, they'd stop doing it. No, they wouldn't.
And the problem is, like, when regret starts getting treated like someone ravishing you or violating you, it cheapens what actual victims go through, like the actual legitimate people who go through this. And it also ruins innocent guys' lives. And that's why
innocent guys' lives. Innocent guys' lives. It ruins innocent guys' lives. Because only guys can be victims of this kind of crime.
dudes are on edge about dating and everything in general in this current climate. And you're like, where have all the good men gone?
No, again. Regular dudes, regular cool, regular guys are not worried about this. I have never been concerned about what if this woman falsely accuses me of rape. That's literally never been a concern of mine, ever. This is like saying, oh, now that Me Too's happening, I'm afraid to be left alone with women. Why? What if they falsely accuse me? So now you think every woman is like it. Here's the thing too: is she's basically saying it's okay for men to think every woman is going to falsely accuse them, so she stay away from them. But when women were doing the 4B movement, and they specifically talked about why they were doing it, she's like, well, men were doing it first, and they was doing it because they want. Like, she had no understanding of why the women would do it. Why women? I'm presuming she's a cis woman. Why women might have a fear of men that never crosses her mind at all. I don't understand. Why are you guys so afraid of men? But men should be afraid of women, because what if they falsely accuse you?
You put them in jail or you chase them away. And unless these idiots want access to Asmund's money or something, I don't know why they would have an issue with this. This person says that's an incel right there. Takes one to know one. I just love how people like try to use the word incel as an insult without even knowing what the word means. It means someone who is involuntarily celibate, right?
Yeah, dog, that's a fucking insult. That's an insult.
Money is one hell of a nectar. You could have the ugliest man out there imaginable to Homo sapien kind who will gladly get a woman's jaws wrapped tightly around their cobras, all for the fresh smell of.
Okay, this is the person who doesn't have sex. The way she talks about it, you don't have sex. I know she's ace, but even before, please stop talking about sex.
Green cash. It has the superpower to make a woman or most people overlook every flaw a person could have. You could be a hippopotamus with a behind canvas filled with backdoor paste all over it, and most people would slurp it up and smile with those brown coated chiclets in their big heads and tell you how much they enjoyed it just to be close to the aura of a millionaire. The same people who talk shit about millionaires, when they meet them in person, or if they met them in person, most of them would like turn into a melted candle with how chopped the smile is they would give that person with the submissive Omega puppy.
Jesus Christ, what the hell is she talking about? What is she talking about? Oh, if you're rich, you can get girls, and yet he still can't. And also, being an incel also is part of a mentality too. Like, yes, you're involuntary celibate, you can't get girls, but we also know there's an incel mindset where there's anger and rage at women. Kind of like what you're having right now, actually. Like, I don't understand women like this, dog. I don't understand, especially if you're ace. Like, you're not gonna get the D at any point. So why are you doing this? Like, the vitriol she has for women is insane. I don't understand pick-me's at all.
Energy.
Maybe that's because no one wants to fuck with you.
Bro, imagine being someone who's selling her body to a.
Like, you see what I mean? You see, bro, imagine someone who's selling her body, but that means people want to fuck her. Like, ostensibly. People want her. People don't want Asmongold.
Clientele of lonely men. And you're insulting and chasing away who could be your biggest freaking customer.
He would not be her biggest customer, though. He just said he's not into women. He's into gaming. So no, she's not chasing away her biggest customer. And also, you're complaining about her selling her body, but then saying like, but you chased away a customer. Why do you care?
And one of the richest. You really are a dumb bint. No business sense whatsoever. You know in those movies where the pimp is like, I'm gonna have to smack a bitch. This is why.
He acts like
So you call her a Benz, but then you call her a bitch? He acts like sex is an option for him. That was funny from Michael.
sex is an option for him.
You would know because it probably is not an option for you either. And then
Oh, wow. What a great comeback. Like, what if these people are so not funny? They have no wit. Oh, well, you takes one to know one. Great. We're fucking 2 years old. Like, also, I'm pretty sure Michael has like a wife. But like, dog, like, you're doing this for Asmongold. You're doing this for Asmongold.
when someone replies to him and say he's a millionaire, he can have any harlot he wants, the original dude says,
That's not how it works in the real world.
huh? This comment tells me exactly what I need to know.
And again, it's a sock puppet. But again, like, do you see that her entire viewpoint of women are whores. So if you have enough money, they'll be with you. I'm like, dog, there are women who are with the most chopped, broke man you could possibly imagine, and he still can't get girls. And if the only way you can get women is through wealth, you are chopped. They're obviously here for your money. And she's trying to make it seem like that's a good aspect. He's a millionaire. He can get any woman he wants. His money can get any woman he wants. Not him. Not him. It's his money. You think these women love him or like him? No, it's his money. That's fucking sad. And in any other way, right, they would be calling this prostitution. He's paying for their services. But because they like him, it's like, no, it's cool, actually. It's great. He could do all these cool things. He just chooses to be a miserable piece of shit. What a defense. This is also the longest video in the goddamn universe.
Only type of female.
Oh my god, of course, fucking Rev says death appearance. Why not? Kill me now.
Here's another person saying only type of female attracted to Asmongold with this cockroach edit right here. You know, get it? Because Asmongold's had a dirty room.
He calls himself the Roach King, dog.
I'm sorry, brother. It is kind of funny. It's not like, okay. It's not just because he had a dirty room. He had a filthy hoarder room. And a cockroach had been climbing on him and he picked it up with his hand, my guy.
Give me a minute.
And you described, you see how this defeats your whole argument? Yes, this is exactly why he doesn't have women. Because there's not enough money in the world that would have them have their body parts anywhere near a man who doesn't bathe and lives with roaches. The amount of diseases that would pass on, there's not enough money in the world that could protect you from that.
Where'd he go? Oh, shit!
And also, Asmongold is not the only person with money. Why would they go for him? The women who go for celebs who have money can get like athletes and actors. Why would they go for this fucking loser?
He's on my belly. Look at him. Right,
I don't want to see this clip again.
We'll agree that was next level nasty. And the cockroach with the high heels on its legs, I'm sorry, that animation was freaking cursed. You know somebody's watching that clip who'll come for short. It's freaking.
This person fucking sucks. Oh my god. 600,000 subscribers? With this dog shit ass content? Oh, the views are not good. The views are not good, though. 600,000 subscribers? Oh, this obviously is a full grifter bait channel. 600,000 subscribers, dog. And you do this? You do this? Look at your views. You gotta do like streaming or something, right? Because there's no way this is like your main thing. This can't be it. This can't be it. Lupita, what are you doing? Dog, you couldn't even get the Supergirl bump? You couldn't even get the Supergirl bump? Are you kidding? Okay, what's the most popular shit? Oh, shoot, since like dinosaurs? How did we get here? You were talking about dinosaurs and doing React content and you had a face? This was 3 years ago. Oh, Dustborn. Okay, here we go. I get it. I see. What happened here?
The meter so happy. And we see some.
What happened to this content? This is what people liked from you. How do you go from dino content that was getting like millions of views? Like, how do you go from this kind of content 8 years ago? How do you go from this to this absolute dog shit that no one watches? 14K on a channel with 600,000 subscribers? This can't be lucrative. Like now she's just mad at everything and using AI for shit. Why did Omni-Man stop at one woman? Jesus Christ. Did they not watch the TV show? Omni-Man stopped at one woman because he wasn't certain if Viltrumite DNA and human DNA would produce offspring with Viltrumite strength and powers. Because if that was the case, why would he sleep with 1,000 women? He's not like in love with Earth women. He just likes the one. Jesus, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch it. But like, these are awful views. Like these are bad. And obviously her upload schedule is very infrequent. She has to stream on Twitch or something, right? Like there has to be something else she's doing. There can't be. Let me see, because there can't be. These posts are protected. Okay, that can't be it though. Yeah, she made the shift to Gifter Land when I think she mainly cover anime content. That big video you saw earlier from was Primal. Oh, I know what Primal is. I also think she turned Republican. Jesus Christ. You know what's crazy though? Look at the uptick in content the minute she went down the slop route, right? Like look at here. You have, after a while, you have shit that have like pretty big gaps in between, right? Well, like she goes content slop and it's just like every day. 3 days ago, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, 11 days ago. But like the output's increased, but the content sucks. Like what's this one?
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about the screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent with them? Oh, okay.
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
The screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent with them.
What?
Lupita, what are you doing, bro? Sis, what the frick is going on with these actors? Good lord, it hurts so bad. These cannot be real takes. It's like they want the movie to bomb.
The movie to bomb for her making a joke,
I'd
right?
be like, so Homer, how do you feel about the screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent with them?
Yeah, dog, people really care about Homer.
Of everyone just burning this woman's reputation to the ground as they're like, hey, did you forget? How do you not have the knowledge of all the women that came before you and you're in the freaking industry, you dumbass?
Given to these women, considering how little you spent with them.
First of all, ew, what a disgusting, condescending way to answer a question. You're writing off the back of the success of the story that honestly you shouldn't even be in, and that's what
Okay, that's enough of that, huh? So this is why your content's ass. This is why you have 600,000 subscribers and 28,000 people saw this. Like, this is... I cannot stress how poor this content is. Where she had to hit the Stellar Blade drama video twice. The Lofi videos twice. You can't even get the fucking sound bump. Like, your content's dog shit. It's dog shit. It's dog shit. Hollywood's bigotry of race swapping. Like, no one's watching this. Starfleet rule. Like, no one's watching this. They're not even watching the Primal shit that you were known for. This masculine show makes me nervous. It's always the same content. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But it's always the same content. It's always, anytime you go onto like the female grifter space, it's the same type of content. No matter what. It's, oh yeah, look at these masculine shows. Look at these beautiful women. I hate feminists. I'm going to use AI. I hate everything women do, actually. Oh, we're all talking about Starfleet Academy. Let's keep having black people on there because I'm racist now. Did you guys hear? I said Lupita shouldn't be in the Odyssey because she's black. I'm racist now. She has a video called Colors Are Now Offensive. I can't even make her part of my staple of like grifters to watch because I find her voice to be completely annoying. And I don't care how that comes off. Shit was grating. Don't use AAVE ever again. You sound like a child. But like and then her post or protect, it's just like, Jesus Christ. But like, this is the kind of shit I talk about all the time, man. It's not lucrative. Like, this is not a lucrative output to do, dog. You listen to Geeks and Gamers and the recording, you heard them all true. Who She Was 4 years ago, which is fine. I don't know where this came from. Again, if you guys weren't here earlier, I talked about this. But the whole Yorch Torch thing, right? Where it's easy. It's easier to do that. It's easier to just grift than it could do consistently be creative, because sometimes when you do creative endeavors, they don't pan out. Like some of my videos right now aren't doing too well, right? And it could be easy for me to go, all right, I'm gonna just start grifting. Let's get these views back up. Let me start grifting. Let me start talking about why Lupita shouldn't be in the Odyssey, or how I'm sick of race swaps with this, and the third. But that's not shit I care about. And it's not shit they care about. They had a whole ass channel talking about animation and dinosaurs. And now all they do is talk about black people in video games and why Asmongold isn't an incel, but even if he is, it's okay because he's ace and he's rich and he can get girls. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ. And that just can't be sustaining. It can't be fulfilling. Like you're the same. They're all the fucking same. They're all the same. It's just the same people now. Their names don't matter. It could be Jeff Tarja. It could be the background NPC. It could be Geeks and Games. It could be Nerd Rocket, Critical Joke. They're all the same. They're all the same. They put out the same content 24/7. 24/7. It's a slop factory, dog. It's a slop factory. That's what it is. It's a slop factory. Like I'm on the background NPCs page right now, and guess what the content is? You ready? It's mostly this. Oh, let's see. Oh, is she actually going to talk about something
It's a
happening in
little
the
hard to
industry? I'm not going to watch this video. I'm just going to go to the asks. I don't want to hear it. I can't deal with these voices twice in a row. That's just so too much. Let's see though. Discussing the current state of AAA gaming, Xbox restructuring, Sonic Hunter strategy, broader industry trends, the RAM cartel, EA established new development, The creator, Argus Industries, Greed, and Mismanagement are finally catching up to these massive publishers. She notes that while these companies scramble to fix the error, the focus should remain on supporting developers and studios who are still grinding to create quality games for communities. Do you see what happens? Do you see the industry is falling apart? Thank God. Like, why would you like that? Why would you like that? The energy deserves everything you get. Gooners United. Like, this is the shit I hate though, because even when they actually approach something that could be considered the correct response to something, right? It always has to be couched in some bullshit. Like that is my assessment, right? You guys have seen my videos on this. You know I talk about shit all the time. When they don't have any current drama to talk about, that is the only time where they're like, man, gaming's kind of in a bad spot, huh? There's too many companies running unsustainable business models. But when there's controversy, when there's a bullshit culture we're happening, oh, there we go, baby. Now we're back. Girls are ugly in video games again. Like, goddamn, dude, like. And no, the industry, it's so funny too for this person to be like, the industry's falling apart, and then you go like, these Eastern devs keep winning. They're also part of the industry. The industry's not falling apart. What's happening is it's being more predatory. It's being less consumer friendly. That's what's happening. But of course, their audiences are so fucking idiotic that they think the industry burning and crashing would actually be good for them, because they think, well, now they'll have to make the games I want. Surely now that there's less people in the industry, I can get the big AAA game I wanted. Oh yeah, we want to have Elder Scrolls 6, and we fired half the people who make it. I'm sure now we'll get it quicker. I'm surprised you last this long by selling your soul. You'll be able to pay your rent if you became a grifter. I know, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that, dog. I couldn't do that. Like, I saw people talking about Fallout New Vegas, like, oh, well, Obsidian's going back to making the games that we want them to make. And one of my biggest complaints is when these morons say, well, they're making games no one asked for. You never asked for any of the games they made. You did not ask for them to make Fallout New Vegas. You didn't ask them to make Pillars of Eternity. But when they made those games, you liked them and you wanted more of those. You don't ever tell people the kind of games you want to be made. They make the game, you're like, oh shit, yeah, I want that. Like, who was asking for an open world Dark Souls game? People weren't clamoring for that. People were actually asking for a Sekiro sequel. And they said, no, we're giving you open world Dark Souls. Now people are like, oh my God, Elden Ring is the best game to ever exist. You weren't asking for that. Who asked for Armored Core 6? No one. And you still got it and you loved it. No one asks for any of these things. They make it and you're like, oh shit, I actually like this. because I see these people talking about all the time. Well, they just gotta make the games I want them to make. Oh, so they should only make one game forever. They should only make one game forever. That's it. That's it. Just the one game forever. It's so stupid. Like, it's so unbelievably dumb. I actually had to respond to somebody because they said this shit, and I was just like, it makes no sense. Like, look at this. I think it's a testament to how ugly dogshit Xbox Manager has been that their first thought when utilizing Obsidian was, let's have them make Avowed and Outer Worlds, and then decided on keep doing that. And then I was like, so they should just only make one game forever? Just nothing but Fallout games, no Pentiment or Outer Worlds or any new IPs? No. That is literally not what I said. That's basically what you said here. But they should have made the popular IP that they are known for first to secure the financial future for the company before putting out game after game that failed to meet expectations. The fact is, Microsoft had Obsidian work on a bunch of games that sold like shit. Game Pass is partly to blame, but that's a different topic. Instead of the one people want to see, it's basic business sense to have them work on a huge beloved IP that hasn't seen a mainline entry in a decade before experimenting with new things. This isn't just an Obsidian issue either. It's a whole Microsoft doing nothing massive IP they own issue. And I wrote, they aren't known for Fallout though. Bethesda is. It's not even their IP to begin with. They were bought by a gigantic publisher. That was them securing that financial future / freedom. You're only saying this because of hindsight. You also don't know what the expectations were, because that's true. They didn't know. Like, imagine making this statement. Imagine making this statement boldly and going like, yeah, no, what they should have done is worked on a beloved IP that everyone loved. Hey, didn't BioWare do that? How'd that turn out? How'd that turn out? When they made the Dragon Age, the new Dragon Age game, right? How'd that turn out? Were people happy to get a new Dragon Age game? Or were a lot of people complaining about how it wasn't like the last Dragon Age game? What about Mass Effect Andromeda? What about that? Like, no. Yeah, Velgard, sorry, I can't think of it. But yes, like, no, like, that's not how this works at all. Machine Games made the Wolfenstein series. All right, we're going to do Indiana Jones. And people are like, actually, we fuck with this heavily. Thank you for doing this. Playground Games is making Fable. They used to do car racing. Like, people are excited for the Beast of Reincarnation because it's from Game Freaks. It's like, oh my God, they're making a non-Pokemon game? That's interesting. I want to see how they do this. But by this person's logic, no, you should always make these games first. From a beloved IP. And it's like, they don't own the IP. They worked on one Fallout game. Obsidian is more well known for Pillars of Eternity than they are for Fallout. They are known for making Fallout New Vegas, but that was the literal only Fallout game they've made. And it's under Bethesda. Like, you're trying to shit on a company and you don't even know what they produce. And like, I'm looking at the other comments. Like, look at this shit, dog. What's really dog shit is taking a studio that collectively stated they don't want to make another Fallout, and a director who said that he was so tired of the franchise that he's never going to be able to make another decent one, then forcing them at gunpoint to make a Fallout and actually are expecting good results. Unfortunately, this is reality. Xbox is explicitly in the shit as they purchased a bunch of great IPs, then the procedures do nothing with it and release games that just didn't sell enough to be sustainable. There are other reasons, sure. Game Pass is not a reason, but the fact is make money. Then they should do what they should have done before and actually support their studio and making them promoting their games instead of sabotaging sales using an excuse to force them to do what they don't want to do. I promise you these games can be dog shit. Next person. The studio wanted to make those games, and they're now fucked because nobody purchased them. Hey, dog, that's not the studio's fault. Like, just having them attached to it doesn't mean people are going to sell it. And everyone's telling it Obsidian was making the games they wanted to make. Nothing wrong with how things have gone. The Xbox on the verge of collapse due to not making their studios focus on core IPs before passion projects. This isn't true. Like, this isn't true. It's possible to do both, like you say, and I agree. The call should have been make a new Fallout priority, then either have a small team work on something new or get the cash from Fallout first to fund some. Like, this is not how any of this works. This is not how any of it's not how any of this works, dog. Like, and this person's getting absolutely fucking destroyed in the comments, rightfully so, because they don't understand how anything works. But this person is symptomatic of so much that's wrong in this space. So many of you people do not know how any of this shit works. And you get on here so confident in your assertions that are just completely incorrect. Like, to say that they should have secured funding first, they got bought by Microsoft. Xbox owns them. That's the funding. No one is guaranteed success except for Rockstar. No one's guaranteed success. They could have released Fallout New Vegas and it could have been dog shit. They could have not sold anything. They could have released a remaster and sold $1 billion. Like, there is no guarantee. Otherwise, every game that is part of a franchise would just sell 1 million copies easy day one. There is no guarantee for any of this stuff. You have to know the market. And also, if people don't want to work on it, they don't have to work on it. Fallout's not their IP. It's like, oh, these games were dog shit. And I'm so sick of that shit too. People equate sales to like, oh, if this game is good enough. That's never been the case, right? But also, all these people speak in hyperbole. Every game's either peak or dog shit. Oh, Outer Worlds, the Outer Worlds was dog shit. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. You just like Fallout. But there's been lots of Fallout games that have not been good. Like, from the community side, a lot of people didn't like Fallout 4. They didn't. Like there are so many games that people playing right now that they love, and it's because the developers got to make the game they want to make. And you can tell when developers are having fun making a game when they're not having fun making a game. Fallout 76, yes, Fallout 76 was extremely bad upon release. And they still keep making those games. They're still fixing it, right? Making it better. But like, you have to understand that when people are creating something, you will never get a good product if they don't want it to be made. If you're mandating they do shit, it will not be good. Now, you can have ideas once you set on the project. Like, hey, we want to tackle this thing. We want to do it this way, fine. But if I'm like, no, get off this and start working on another Call of Duty. Like, you have seen developers talking about how they're tired of making the same game over and over and over and over and over. Because how much innovation can you get? How much joy can you get making the same game over and 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 over again? Like, even in making the same kind of video content would get boring for me, which is why I try to change it up. That's why I've been streaming way more often, right? Changing up the format, changing so you get more interactions. Like, and then for him to be like, well, you should have a team do the big project and then a small team do the passion project. If you're doing the big project, you're not going to have time for people to do a small project. If you're making a Fallout game, you're not going to have time for people to also be like, hey, by the way, let's work on a small project called The Outer Worlds or Avowed. Like, Jesus Christ. It's so infuriating. It's so infuriating to see these people who just don't know anything and don't even make good, like, guesses. But there's no inferences being made. It's just like, well, the reason why these game studios are flopping is because they didn't make the games that people wanted to make. A lot of them did make the games you wanted them to make, and you still didn't buy them. You guys were begging for a Dead Space remake. You got it. You didn't buy it. You guys were begging for like a Mega Man stuff. They got like those new Mega Man 8 series. You didn't buy it. There's so many game series that they're making, and you guys just like, oh, you buy it, okay, we're making, and you don't buy it. Like they don't. But then they'll be like, oh, bring back Dino Crisis. I promise you, if they brought back Dino Crisis, it would not sell the way it needs to sell. Like they hype this shit up all the time, and then it's like, oh, really excited, really excited. Then it comes out like, actually, we're not gonna play it. We're not gonna play it actually. We're gonna play Grand Theft Auto for the next 3 years. We're not gonna play it actually. I'm actually going back to playing Borderlands or Destiny 2 or whatever. Like it's not rocket science. Like gamers do not know what they want. They don't. They do not know what they want. But then when something bad happens, they go, see, it's because you didn't make Fallout. Had you made Fallout, you still would have been in business. I'm like, you don't even know the contract they have with Microsoft. According to what I've seen, Microsoft told a lot of studios, like, for example, Compulsion, that their job isn't to make these multi-billion-dollar hits. Their job is to make interesting prestige games, which is what they did. Like, and also, id, right? The people who do Doom, they lost a lot of people. They just made Doom. They were owned by they brought them in to make Doom. They did Doom. They made the Doom games. They made 3 Doom games and dropped the DLC. And people are still like, well, it's not selling too well. So it doesn't matter if they make the games you want them to make, right? It doesn't matter if they make the games you want them to make, because they're still getting fired. So that whole argument, like, well, the reason why your company's flopping is because the reason why the company's flopping is because of mismanagement. That's why. Like, holy shit. It's so infuriating. Like, there's an easy answer to this. If all the games that sold well had their company stay afloat or in business or whatever, right? And all the games that sold poorly and weren't loved and weren't liked all flopped, then sure, you'd have an argument there. But that's not the case. Remember, Hi-Fi Rush sold extremely well. It wasn't a high budget game. It sold extremely well. And they still shut down the studio. Because it's never good enough. They shut down PlayStation Japan, right? They made games that people liked. They shut them down. Like Japan Studio put out games like, Shadow Colossus. They helped co-produce Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Astro's Playroom, and they got put under. Like doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Obsidian didn't get their bonus because the game got an 84 and Metacritic 85. Metacritic scores are such bullshit metrics to use to, like, it's so dumb. So, because then it goes, okay, even if the game sold incredibly well, because they got an 84 instead of an 85, I don't get a bonus. Would I have gotten a bonus if the game sold poorly but it was highly critically praised? Like, when a game sells well, they act like they are the reason why it does. So that when it fails, it'll be like, oh, a DEI. Yeah, no, exactly. And even if people who use the DEI argument, I'm like, if the things you call woke or whatever, if those elements are in games that succeed, you can't be like they succeed in spite of it, but then when they fail, it's because of it. That's not how that works. That's not how that works, right? Exorcism 33, Metaphor ReFantazio, every Persona game, but especially Metaphor ReFantazio, really, really, really just overtly quote-unquote woke, right? Heavily political game. The people who say they hate politics, Metaphor ReFantazio, I called it Re-Woke-tazio so much that when I type it on my phone, it autocorrects it to Re-Woke-tazio instead of its actual name. That game sold extremely well. I think ReFantazio sold so well like it. I think it maybe hit a record for them. Yes, Metaphor Fantasio sold 1 million copies on release day, becoming Atlus's fastest-selling original title. It has since reached 2 million units sold across all platforms worldwide. Like, it had a really strong sell. It sold 2 million in 8 months and 3.3 million in 33 days. I love Metaphor, okay? I love Metaphor. I love this shit so much. Overtly political game. Overtly political game. There's no hiding the politics of this game. They're not trying to be subtle. They're basically going like, capitalism bad. Monarchy bad. We need democracy. What if we created democracy? What if in our universe we created a system in which it wasn't might makes right, but rather the will of the people that determine the outcomes? And what if we had more equitable outcomes for individuals? Like, that's literally what this game is about. I'm not exaggerating. Racism bad, bigotry bad. We need democracy. That is what this game is about. Sold extremely well. Broke a record for Atlus. Is it in spite of being woke and talking about how bad racism is? They even have the main character being a couple of shades darker than the rest of the cast. Right? Like the hero, like, he is visibly darker. Like, it's not like lighting. He is tan skin. Like, he is treated poorly, by the way. Like, he is literally a victim of racism. He is a victim of racism in this game, right? And again, they don't hide it. They talk about the way he's treated very prominently. You can't even go to certain stores until you get certain stats up. I'm not kidding. Certain vendors won't let you buy from them because of bigotry. Like, that is the game's whole center point, right? And Luis being like, first off, Luis, great villain, but being like, might makes right, and that's being opposed. Like, that's like, yeah, he's charismatic and he talks about the failings of the old world, but he's like, if you're strong and you do this, you'll be fine, right? Like, it's literally that. And they're like, we hate woke shit in video games. We don't like politics. Then why did this game do so well? Oh, but I didn't like the Saints Row reboot game. Oh, and it's because there's black people in it and not because it might have been poorly written or not optimized. Like, there's no other reason for a game to be bad other than it's woke and DEI. That's what we've come to this point now. If games are good that have the same elements, well, no, it's because they just weren't preaching to us. They weren't annoying about it. But if it does terribly, it's like, oh, because it's woke. Like, everyone's favorite game to talk about, Concord, right? I still do not understand what makes Concord woke. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what makes Concord woke to these people. Like, this is a green alien dude. You have white people, you have Asian people, you have black people, you have robots. Like, and it's like, I think because they have like pronouns, and like, oh, it's woke, and it's bad because it's woke. Like, oh, so if they got rid of the pronouns, you guys would love the game because the gameplay was so enthralling. Like, oh, it's slop. See, the Concord, PlayStation's Concord is woke, steaming power, but they never explain how it's woke. They just say it's woke.
What's up, guys? Hope y'all are having a great day today.
Oh God, it's Griffin Gaming. Concord is broken, unplayable on PC. Let's just go to this part right here. This section, which is, let's see what makes it woke.
Man. This has to be one of the worst roster of characters I think I have ever seen in my entire life. I don't think there is a singular white guy in this game. Like, this basically took Overwatch's diversity quota
Oh, see, okay. So you see how they're saying it's woke because it's not a single white guy. Hey, chat, is this a white guy right here? This looks like a white man right here. And also, beyond that, that is why it's woke, because you don't immediately see a white person or immediately recognize a white person, so you can't play the game.
Life. I don't think there is a singular white guy in this game. Like, this basically took Overwatch's diversity quota and turned it up to 20 with extra points in the fucking degeneracy, man. I don't think there is a singular attractive
Degeneracy. It's degeneracy because there's a character that they don't find attractive. It's not degeneracy because it's a Gooner game. It's degeneracy because he doesn't find a character attractive.
That's female in this game. Aside from the sniper chick, I think she's pretty normal looking for the most part, but every other woman in this game is either absolutely disgusting, some weird fucking furry, or alien. It's just, even the Asian chick from the trailer, they made her look hideous in the actual game. So, I don't know, bro. This is like one of the ugliest character rosters I think I have ever seen in one of these
that makes it
shooters.
woke.
And it's not really a great idea, in my personal opinion, because in a game that sells skins based off of sex appeal, which is basically the hero shooter monetization.
What sells off of sex appeal? What are you talking about? Unless it's Marvel Rivals like the first to send it. No. Did Overwatch sell skins over sex appeal? Does Fortnite sell skins over sex appeal? Does Apex sell skins over sex appeal? Does Valorant sell skins over sex appeal?
Loop. I can't really see many fellow like the first Descendant.
Like I just mentioned, right?
But of course, a blaring detail you will notice on the character select screen is that every single character in the game, without fail, has their pronoun.
So I'm not watching all of it. Griffin Game, by the way, fucking sucks. I did a video on him a long time ago, but he's terrible. But this is exactly what I mean. They just say it's woke and be like, oh, because there's a pronoun and I don't find the women attractive. Therefore woke. I don't get horny. Ergo, this must be woke feminist modern slop. Like that is the strength of their argument. That is the strongest argument they have. They just go, yeah, I don't like the way these characters look. And that's why the game is woke. I think they're ugly. And they also call Marathon woke, by the way. And these character designs are awesome. But Marathon's woke now. Because woke just means nothing. It just means game I don't like. The game I don't like is woke. It's I can tell this is Smash AT's thumbnail. It's Concord 2.0. Everything, it's Concord now. Everything's Concord. Like Marathon. This shit looks sick. Like, this shit just looks sick. It just does. It just looks good. Like, look at the characters, dog. People want to bone this guy, okay? He's giving model face. These character designs are sick. Bold colors, distinctive. Easy to spot. The runners are sick. The runners look sick, especially the thief run. She's hot, right? But then they'll call it woke. And the reason why they call it woke is, I don't know, because that's just something they could just throw. Like, look at this dumbass. Characters from Bungie's new game versus Marvel Rivals. Sony seems to have learned absolutely nothing from Conquest failure and Marvel Rivals success. And what's the difference here? Oh, I can goon to these ones, but I can't goon to these ones. So it's woke. It's woke because of that. It's woke because I can't jerk off to it. Like, that is women with penises. Like, that's it. That's it. That's all they do. Marathon was accused of stealing art. They were accused of stealing some of the designs, but they also came to terms with the artists. It's fine. That's an old story that was really resolved before the game even came out. We can talk about it right now, actually. Marathon art theft, right? And made graphic designer Anti-Rail revealed a bunch of upcoming sci-fi shooter used plagiarized work, including the exact copies of her 2017 posters designed iconography personal logo. Bungie acknowledged a former contract embedded the stolen assets. The parties reached a formal settlement in December. Like they resolved it, right? They settled it in a matter they found to be permissible. And either way, the art style is still fucking sick. The art direction is still sick, is what I'm saying. The art direction is sick. But yeah, that happened. But they're calling this shit woke, and I'm just like, why? Why is Marathon woke? Why is every game just woke now? It's just everything's woke. Every game is woke. Every game is woke. And at first it used to make sense. At first, like when people say, "Oh, these games are woke," I'm like, okay, I understand what they're getting at in terms of like they hate anything that has to do with diversity. But now it's just Marathon is like, you go on YouTube, right? Marathon woke. And it's like, oh, Growl, what do you think? Griffin Gaming, once again, hates everything. Why Marathons is a culture war for some reason. Exactly. It's like everyone's like, oh, it's woke. It's woke. It's terrible. It's awful. It's woke. Marathon proves nobody wants DEI slop anymore. We're not listening to this dumbass either. I reacted to too many idiots today. But like nothing here. It's a woke gay extraction shooter no one asked for. Like they just throw things in a title. That's it. They just throw shit in a title. Yeah, Smash T is so obsessed with Marathon because he's dog shit at it that he has to keep talking about it. He look at his thumbnail, how he's adding trans colors in the gay flag because he's just terrible. Like it's all of it. It's just this game just became their new target, and they just call it woke. But like Warframe is way more woke than this shit. But they love Warframe, so they can't talk about it. Every video game is woke now. That's gotta be a video, right? Every game is woke now. Oh, that was literally the title of the Ackman video. But that's just it. Everything's woke. Woke. Everything's woke. Everything's woke. And it's like, dog, y'all do not have an argument. You guys don't have any sort of conversation. You don't have any sort of ability to analyze anything. Like every game is woke, you guys. I don't like it because it scares me. Every new game will go woke. Claire Obscura and Neo's Accusation Effect. I am not watching Whackers Knows Why. I am not doing that to myself. But it's so much. It's so much of these people are just absolute babies and they cannot handle anything different. So it's just no, it's woke. This person has a pronoun. It's woke. Everything's woke and it's forced and it's annoying and I hate it because now I have to recognize that other people exist and I'm not the sole focus in video games and everything's bad now and woke. Mixtape is woke. What's woke about Mixtape? There's girls in it. this game's woke. Why? Because the girl's ugly. Like, all right, dog. All right, dog. Good on you. Everything's woke. Everything's bad. Okay, Grandpa. All right, it's time to go back. It's time to go back into the room, Grandpa. We're taking you off life support now, Grandpa. What it means inclusive, they don't like it. Yeah, they don't like shit. They don't like anything. Like, they don't like anything. So that's why everything's woke, because they like nothing. Unless it's pre-approved by their Roach King or some other loser. Otherwise, they hate it. Otherwise, they can't stand it. It's so annoying. But all right, I think I'm gonna call it a day for today. We're gonna stream tomorrow, so I gotta call it. It's like late here too. But tomorrow, you guys, we're gaming. We're gaming on the gaming channel. And then Saturday we're doing a stream. Later though, because I have previous engagement. So I'm probably streaming Saturday like around like 8 o'clock. But yeah. I just duck lip. Ew.